everyone, and welcome to episode, would you believe it, episode 200 of the Warhammer Podcast, known across the internet and potentially lands beyond as Lookout Sir. My name's Dan, and it is my pleasure on this occasion to introduce you to my co-host extraordinaire, friend and or champion of men, dear old Phil. How you doing, Phil?
Oh, I'm good, thanks. Happy 200th episode. Oh, isn't it exciting?
I mean, in many respects, it is just a number. And technically, we actually achieved 200 episodes about 5 episodes ago. But let's not worry about that, because this is the way that the numbers have worked out. And we will, celebrate it as such, right, Phil?
Exactly. Semantics be damned.
Semantics be damned. And in order to better celebrate 200 episodes, we of course had to get Joe back on the podcast. Hey Joe, how you doing, mate?
Hello. I'm almost a little bit sad that you didn't insult me, because before, whenever you did an intro, you'd always say something really nice about Phil, and then you'd talk about some kind of strange like squatting lizard, and then you'd be like, talking about squatting lizards, it's Joe, you know?
It is true, I actually forget the fact that we used to be very cruel to you back in the day.
Yeah, used to. It's never stopped, Dan.
Well, I don't want to sort of, give the impression that we just brought you back on here to be mean to you. But obviously, it wouldn't be an episode of Lookout Sir with you on it if we weren't being mean to you. So, what's going on in your awful life, Joe? How are the horrors?
It's what is it, the horrors persist, but so do I.
Yes. Yeah.
That's all right. I can't complain. Oh, I can complain, but I won't.
That's good.
We'd be here for days. But no, it's all right. I'm having a wonderful time. Nice to be invited back. And it's an exciting time.
Absolutely, mate.
We can stage episodes by how old we're getting.
Well, that is unfortunately true as well, isn't it? The age is creeping up on all of us. The inevitable demise looms ever closer.
Yeah. The good news is I'm the only one not to have hit 40 yet, which is lovely.
Well, look at you, mister. I'm in my late
fancy
30s.
pants.
Yeah, I would say, Joe, that...
I am the worst off. We won't go into the medical side of stuff. I know where you're heading with this.
If we were to, do one of those analyses where they, tell you how old your body actually is, I think you might lose that race.
They'd just be like, you should be dead. You should have given up and laid down long ago.
Well, I'm glad that you haven't, mate. Please don't, do that anytime soon. At least give yourself another 5 years, I reckon.
That's a solid amount of time.
I think so.
To get to 400,
Indeed,
400
that's what we need. We need you here for episode 400 when that comes around, so as we can, laugh and appreciate everything that you've achieved in the time between now and then.
Yeah.
There were multiple opportunities where I could have made very cruel introductions to Richie there, by the way, but you'll note that I didn't, because it felt like I was just playing up to what you said and trying to kind of then find a way to apply the old Joe logic to Richie. But to be fair, we wouldn't want to be mean about Richie, because he is a wonderful human being, Quizmaster extraordinaire, and joining us here on episode 200. How you doing, Richie? All right, mate?
Hey, thank you. Welcome. Glad to be back. Glad to be invited back. It's a pleasure to be here. As Joe said, feeling old. I'm not the oldest here, I think Phil's the oldest, but I will be a year older in between the recording of this podcast and it going out.
That's true, yeah. No, we're going to be going out and celebrating Richie's date of birth very, very soon.
I mean, it's a week and a half afterwards, but...
Yeah, well, it's going to be good, mate. It's going to be a good time.
It's going to be fun.
Assuming
nice.
you got those tickets to that thing you wanted to go to.
I did.
Oh, you've done it in the time since?
In the interim since. I've not just been assembling Deathwing Knights during the recording of this. Fair. I was also booking some gig tickets.
Yeah.
I'm excited. Is Joe coming along? You've been invited?
No. It's fine. He probably assumed correctly that I'd probably be doing something else, or I live in that perpetual fear that I get invited to do something and I have to make an excuse not to go. Well, it's my sister's birthday coming up, and I've already arranged a ticket to go to an RTT, so I don't have to go to that instead. I'm like, I'm so sorry, I've got a tournament to go to. And then I realised I didn't have one, so I had to go buy a ticket to live the lie.
It would be better if you then started. You actually just started an RTT that wasn't already happening. So you couldn't go.
Just went through all the effort of inviting 30 people just to get out of going.
Well, it's a good thing that it's highly improbable that your sister will listen to this, but
I can guarantee it.
Well, absolutely. So hopefully this doesn't get back to her at any point. She'll be very unhappy about that, I'm sure.
Yeah,
I'm super psyched to be in there. I can't believe it's been so many episodes.
It's pretty mad, isn't it?
It's so cool. What's so cool about it is just going. It's been that long. It's great to be back here. Do you still do the news section?
Do we still do the news section? No, not really. That was cool though. Like when we were doing the news section where we used to like try and incorporate like the quiz into it. I thought that was actually really fun. But it was just a lot of effort for you, really, Rich. I always felt really kind of like it was a bit of a stretch in that regard. But yeah, no, I mean it's weird really because in so many ways we've had different kind of formats and different things that we've experimented with and done, and with just me and Phil being like the main kind of doers of it on the regular now. We've kind of fallen into a good pattern of just kind of chatting through things and doing sections, although we do still occasionally do some fun, interesting, more creative segments. But yeah, a lot of the time you just get into the churn of just regular conversation, I suppose. But yeah, it's been a long time since we've done what was that tournament format we came up with?
The Kotok.
Oh, the Kotok.
King of the Characters.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the King of the Characters tournament was quite fun. I remember I tried to film a video with Joe once where I was basically convinced that Marnius Calgar was the base Space Marine captain.
Yeah.
I did a video where it was supposed to be like on Tabletop Simulator.
Yeah.
And it was Marnius Calgar versus every other Space Marine captain. And he scraped a win round one against someone like, I don't know, it was like Korax or whatever, whatever that geezer's called. What's the Raven Guard?
Shrike.
Shrike, thank you.
Yeah.
So he barely scratched a win against Shrike, and then he went up against Agrax Agatone, who just basically just destroyed him with his mortal wound hammer. So I was like, oh, okay, I'm wrong.
Is this the period of time that you were convinced and played him all the time as having damage 3 fists?
Which he now has.
Yes, I remember for a long time you ran him multiple times as damage 3, and then we were like, no, you've been cheating for quite some time now.
Well, is it really cheating if you don't know any better?
Or you don't get caught.
Well, exactly. That's the thing, isn't it?
And that used to be an official Blood Bowl rule, so that's fine.
Exactly.
It's only cheating if you don't get caught.
That's it. What are we talking about in episode 200, Phil?
We're talking about the Balance Dataslate and all that entails. Then Joe and old Richie are still here, and we're just having a little catch-up around the show for 200 episodes, what we've been up to, as we haven't seen Joe or Richie for a while, for that matter. And then, we're just having some more rambles as well. And then we have a couple of comments and questions from the community, so we'll be going through those at the very end.
Yeah, it promises to be a fine edition of Look Out Sir. And obviously, it wouldn't be an episode of Look Out Sir without a 5-star review.
Peter!
Oh, hello,
What are
Dad.
you doing in here, son?
Oh, I'm
What
just...
have I told you about wasting your time with these little plastic figurines?
It's not a waste of time, I like it.
How dare you talk back to me, Peter? It's about time you grew up.
I don't want to grow up. Oh, man, maybe there's something on the radio. Yeah, this is nicer.
Peter!
What's that?
That's right, it's me, the ghost of a award-winning TV and radio presenter, Jeremy Beadle.
Jeremy Beadle?
Yeah, that's right.
Wow.
Now let me tell you here, Sonny, my dad was always telling me to grow up, and I never did. And look how successful I was. So ignore him, Peter, and keep playing with that little plastic crack. And while you're at it, listen to the Look Out Sir podcast, which right now is time for the 5-star review.
Wow, thanks, Jeremy.
Who are you talking to with there, son?
Jeremy Beadle.
What? No!
already know where this week's 5-star review comes from because you've cheated. So no points for House Phil today. But why don't you introduce it?
Well, we could have faked it and pretended, but it is from iTunes of Denmark.
Denmark, Phil. Woo! We do well, Phil, in the Nords.
I know. It's a place we never look at for reviews, though, unless we're told to.
Well, indeed. Although we did used to. Again, no one needs to hear me complain about the loss of Chartable anymore. Although I did discover there is potentially a lot of German reviews that I've been overlooking. So we may need to do a bit of a bulk buy on the German ones.
Wasn't it Swedish as well?
Potentially, yeah, potentially. Or it could be some other place. I might be getting all the little abbreviations wrong. Because when I was first looking for, Denmark, I was actually, I searched DE forgetting that that's the domain for Germany. And then was like, ooh, got a lot of Danish reviews. And it's like, oh, wait, hang on. They've got quite a German flavour to them. But there we go. Anyway, it's all good fun. The point is that our good pal, friend of the show, dear old Toke, has left us a 5-star review specifically for the 200th episode. And because Phil loves Toke and wants to rub his little belly, Phil decided that we will do this bit. And I was happy to bend to his pressure. But don't despair, dear listener. The validity and sanctity of the 5-star review will return in future episodes. Phil's just exercising his executive powers on this occasion.
Well, if it's a 200th episode specific review, it feels like it would be a missed opportunity to not read it out. But also, I believe Toke left us a 5-star review many, many years ago before doing the 5-star review show. So he missed out on his first chance to appear.
Well, there you go. There you go. So out of respect to him, his continued support of the show, and Phil's deep affection for him, we will, and mine to be fair as well, I've met Toke on many occasions, he's a lovely human being. We will now do the 5-star review that comes via Toke in support of the 200th episodes. 5 stars, as it is, of course, the prerequisite of appearing here in the 5-star review. Hilariously, that is the statement that he makes. So yes, 5 stars, as is, of course, the prerequisite, which is, of course, the prerequisite of appearing here in the 5-star review section. And if you would like to leave us a 5-star review, we will honour the arrangement and ensure that your 5-star review is read out in a timely manner as soon as we are able. But in addition to those of you who have been able to leave us 5-star reviews and those of you that consider doing it in the future, what else can people do, Phil?
People can, leave us a like, leave us a comment, share us around, but they can also buy some merch from our lovely, partner in crime who prints, well, I say prints, he sort of makes them himself, the T-shirts and the...
Sews them thread by thread. He's there
I believe
away.
So. Yes, yeah. But we also have Patreon as well for our lovely backers that want to support us that extra amount, go the extra mile. That's greatly supported for those people, which is over on patreon.com.
There you go. Shock horror. Yes, thank you so much to all the patrons. Obviously, this being our 200th episode, we've reached out to our patrons and asked them to contribute their thoughts and feels, questions, and general kind of sentiment towards episode 200. So we aim to address those in a dedicated section, which you'll see referenced in the show. And yeah, hopefully we do them justice. And then also, we are aiming to, chuck some bonus content on there, real soon. We're going to put out the, episode 0, the pilot, as it were. We'll be uploading that to Patreon real soon. And Phil and I are devoted to the notion of doing a retro back rep, which I saw the other day, the guys at what are they called? Mini Wargaming. I think they did a 3rd edition one with old Scary the other day. I was like, very clever.
Oh.
Friends of the show.
A popular idea.
Friend of the show, that Scary.
Well, one of the few people to actually appear on it as a guest, yeah.
There we go. And we
During that brief dalliance when we did it.
That brief what, Phil? Dalliance?
Dalliance, yeah.
Ooh, look at you. Someone's got the old thesaurus out. Anyway, yes. So yes, 5-star reviews, merchandise, Patreon, all good stuff. Let's use this 5-star review as an example. Now, I will apologise in advance. It is wordy, and I am quite dyslexic, so I will do my utmost best not to butcher this. But it reads via our good friend Toke, 5 stars, as is, of course, a prerequisite. 200 episodes? Nigh on 7 years as the greatest podcast on any side of the Citrix Maledictum. 732 hours, roughly a straight month worth of quality hobby content. Well done, guys. What an achievement. As someone who's been following you guys since the very first episode aired, back when you couldn't spell Krieg armor without Phil, and Dan cooked up the craziest elder lists back in the days of the Joe and the rustling in the shed, I'd like to say thank you. Thank you for always offering a genuine and honest insight into what moves around our hobby. Listening to the podcast is like having a hobby hangout with good friends. Over the years, I've been motivated and inspired by you guys, learned more than necessary about UK daytime television and obscure 80s cartoons. One of my all-time biggest hobby achievements was getting to appear on your podcast, which was the greatest experience and gave me a newfound respect for Dan's dedication to the pod. Oh, look at that. Notice he doesn't mention you, Phil. Anyway, not only do you edit all, you also abstain from breathtaking amount of swearing you normally engage in. That is true, unfortunately. It's quite absurd. Anyway, in all honesty, guys, thank you for the amazing podcast, and just keep doing what you do. 40k, AOS, Mordheim, or whatever tickles your fancy. It's not the system, it's the vibe. You guys peddling that got us all hooked. I think that was his attempt at some kind of, Britishism. Got us all hooked is, I think, where he was trying to go with it. Keep at it, and remember, it ain't over till the outro's over. Thank you very much, Toke. It was a delightful 5-star review, and obviously thank you so much for acknowledging and recognising all the incredible hard work I do. Far more than Phil, it's fair to say. So, ultimately, cheers very much. And to elaborate on that is the slacker, I don't really want to elaborate beyond that. It's sort of I don't want to discredit Phil's incredible contribution. He does a lot, to be fair. I just like being mean. Anyway, come on, Phil. Say some nice things about Toke. You know you want to.
Thank you very much, Toke. Greatly appreciate your kind words for the show. Yes, Dan does swear quite a bit, which Toke got to appreciate firsthand when they met at the last RFW event. Yes,
I think it was even the very first time he came on and recorded an Astra Militarum thing. We were talking between segments, and I could sort of see on his face he was quite puzzled. He was like, "What's going on here?" But there you go. It's my ability to, I have quite a deep and sophisticated vocabulary, and I'm able to, acquiesce. Is that? No. That's me trying to be too smart. Anyway, doesn't matter. Yes, lovely stuff. Phil, more words, and then we'll move on.
Well, glad you're enjoying the show. Glad you've been an early listener since episode 1. I'm sure you'll appreciate listening to episode 0 as it comes on our old Patreon quite soon. I'll be seeing you soon later in the year. That would be great. We get to hang out because we're special buddies, Dan. We're real life friends, not just internet friends now, which is always nice. And I'm sure you greatly appreciate the fact that you've now had a 5-star review read out. There will be no more from you, Toke. None whatsoever.
Except that one he apparently put on Audible that we might track down one day.
I assume it's the same one that he just.
It will be, but we'll forget
twice.
and read it out probably at some point.
Maybe, yes. But yes, and until the outro, I guess.
Until the outro. Yeah, there we go. Isn't he appearing in the next episode?
I've not mentioned it to him, and we've not discussed it any further. So, I mean, he could do.
I mean, I thought because it was we're doing the Imperial Guard Codex. I figured he was turning up.
Oh, I mean, maybe.
I thought that was like our new tradition. He comes on to the Guard Codex.
Yeah, every edition we get. Well, maybe we get him on for a little, like a Toke's thoughts or something, so you can just give a summary.
A token thought. Yeah, all right, there you go. Well, yeah, cheers, Toke. You're a ledge. Thanks everyone for supporting the pod. This is obviously the 200th episode. It's a great achievement for us, and we do really appreciate all of you listening and all of you supporting. It's always a bit of a mad one because you never really know how far to kind of push it. Ultimately, this is a milestone that means something to us, but for many of our listeners, probably isn't that important. Just want sort of a standard kind of selection of content. And truth be told, when I'm listening to content myself, when people start kind of self-aggrandizing a bit too much around particular milestones, I find it quite overbearing. So we've tried to kind of thread the needle a bit, but yeah, it is a bit kind of self-aggrandizing ultimately because we're quite happy with what we've done here. So hopefully you're up for that. Thanks very much for supporting the pod. Cheers very much. Transitional noise.
Hello, gents. Congratulations on the 200th episode of Look Out, Sir. I love listening to the podcast. It's a huge amount of fun, and I've got loads of painting done while listening to you both talking about the game. How much you love it really comes through, and that's really special. It's a bit like talking to my friends about Warhammer, except you know what you're talking about. Anyway, I did have a question for you both. What are your theories about what happened to the 2nd and 11th Primarchs? Are you two, in fact, the 2nd and 11th Primarchs?
I mean, it's an interesting theory and/or question. Cheers very much, obviously, for the message.
I am
not
David, by the way. Thank you, David.
Cheers, David. Sorry again for the audio quality on that. We couldn't work out how to get the file and put it on, so we just put the telephone up to the speaker. Anyway, I am certainly not the 2nd Primarch, and Phil is definitely not the 11th. So do with that what you will. That is how it went. But no, I don't know. What is the theory with those two? I think.
I think one is rumored. At least one's rumored to be locked up in the Vaults of Terror, because there's references to some of the numbers.
Yes.
In one of the cells.
Yeah, that's been heavily implied, hasn't it?
Because I think it was. I think the implication is that they were around. At least at some point during the Crusade, but then they were just scrubbed from all record from doing something awful. And it sort of must have been more awful than what Horus did, because that obviously wasn't scrubbed from the records. Unless what he did was too, galaxy spanning, they couldn't really hide it anymore. So, my very flippant answer is I sort of don't care. I sort of like the idea that it is a mystery, and yes, you can tease that something happened to them, but I don't really want to know the answer to it. It's that old, puzzle box. As soon as you tell me what it actually is, it'll be probably quite underwhelming. But, I like the idea that you can sort of speculate if you really want to.
Indeed. Shrovener's Primarch in that regard. But no, I think I genuinely find the Primarchs of and the stuff that happens around them super interesting, and I think obviously it's a great thing to speculate on. But yeah, whatever we come up with will never be accurate, nor will it be as interesting as maybe what they're thinking. But ultimately, the mystery is the charm of it, isn't it? And we say this a lot about Warhammer 40,000. One of the major weird issues with modern 40k is that they've taken away, they've demystified a lot of it, and it kind of makes the universe smaller as a result. It's like what happened with the later Game of Thrones series, where all of a sudden characters were just able to teleport around the universe willy-nilly, and that the hazards of the journey and the details of those stories just became so much lessened as a result. And I think that's very much what sort of goes on with 40k now. It's like, oh, yeah, once you're basically viewing the world through the lens of Gilliman, it all just becomes a lot less impressive. So yeah, I hope they just keep it a mystery forever. But my assumption is that the second Primarch, I don't know what would be an appropriately witty thing to say that the second Primarch did. I don't know. Nothing's good enough. The mystery is more fun. So we'll leave it there, I reckon.
That's fair.
Yeah. Cheers for that, though, mate. Appreciate it. Now, to move on to the segment, whatever it is. Should I do a transitional noise again? I suppose I only did one a second ago. This is like a weird hidden track.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Next bit. Whoa. There you go. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this part of the podcast where me and Phil are going to talk about the Balance Dataslate, because we love balance, don't we, Phil? It is all we ever aspire to.
Exactly. It comes around a couple of times a year, and we froth at the mouth for some exciting news from our overlords.
Absolutely. Tell us, good sirs, how you plan to balance the fine game of Warhamsters 40,000. Do you remember, Phil, the good old days when a Balance Dataslate was just a Balance Dataslate and not a series of many different types of updates that require you to go through all sorts of different publications, articles, and general bits and pieces? It was a better time, wasn't it, when it was just one document? Now it's like 6.
Yeah, it's a bit confusing, and even the Balance Dataslate itself seems to have sort of changed from what it was. So, sometimes it was just core rules, but now it's core rules plus faction. Oh, Dan's having a drink, everyone. He's getting ready. So yeah, it used to be, then it's core rules plus faction specific stuff, and now they're throwing in faction detachments, which I think is genuinely an interesting change. But I also think it's slight of hand from Games Workshop. It's like, oh, everyone, look at the shiny thing. Look at the new toy that you can play with. And it's not necessarily balancing the army, but it is at least giving you choice to play the army in a different way. So it is good for sure. I'm not complaining. But it's not fixing potentially overall problems.
Well, it's just giving a little bit of something extra, isn't it? It's what they've obviously been doing with the Grotma stuff, but they did this, moons ago with Drakari when they got their Sky Spear, Splinter, whatever the heck it was called, detachment, back when Drakari weren't doing so well, seemingly continuing not to do so well. I think they got a few little updates in here also. But yeah, basically, they do a bunch of different things. It used to be that they used to address specific kind of core rule pieces, but now, yeah, it feels like they've kind of hit their stride as it concerns the core rules, with only really very minor tweaks coming into effect there. But most of the nuance of what they do now is how they take different armies and layer things on top of them and try and give them a bit of a helping hand, which makes sense. Ultimately that is kind of where it is now, which, seems reasonable, I suppose.
Yes, I think so. I think my only criticism...
Just the one?
Well, the one that came to me when I first read it, because they themselves, Games Workshop, pointed this out. Some things, basically like the Dreadnoughts for Custodes, went up in price specifically because they're very good in one detachment. And I'm like... But then if you're taking them in any other detachment, you're basically being penalised for other people, which feels a bit harsh. Personally, the way I think they should maybe do it is every single detachment has a cost to it. And that way you can independently balance the effectiveness of certain detachments above and beyond, sort of with each other.
Yeah, I agree with certain aspects of that. I think it is ridiculous in a way that we are in a situation where there is no granularity within the way that the armies, or the squads more specifically, are constructed. And ultimately, there is now still this kind of asymmetry where you have a really optimal version of the squad in a really optimal detachment versus a really suboptimal version of the squad in a even more suboptimal detachment. And ultimately, that delta is quite meaningful, right? Between being really good and being really bang average, if not bad. And it is interesting because, again, there's a few variables, right? I mean, when you're looking at things like Space Marines, it becomes even more extreme, though, because, you're dealing not only with, exclusive detachments, specific units with a certain level of like swinginess to them, but then you're also looking into a vast array of unique characters that can skew things as well. Marnie's Calgar is a pretty meaningful force multiplier to certain units, whereas maybe Agrax Agatone is a far less meaningful contributor. So when you're looking at the two side by side, how do you balance around that? And I think that's one of the really interesting nuances of where we're at the moment. Although, to be honest with you, I agree with where they've landed, which is essentially just balance around the worst case scenario, which admittedly is a little bit ridiculous and penalizing to the people who aren't doing it that way. But ultimately, with where they're at, I can't really see how else they do it. You just got to deal with the worst case scenario and point accordingly.
Yeah,
then,
that's fair.
Yeah, because the logic is whether you agree with the statement or not. The logic, I suppose, is that if you're not using the most optimal version of it, the presumption is that you're not super duper hardcore competitive and playing for fun. And who cares, eh? Who cares that your army is overpointed when you're doing it for funsies? That's, I guess, the way they look at it.
Yeah. I mean, maybe, but I don't know. It still feels somewhat wrong because it's not necessarily incentivizing you to take the other things. It's just trying to stop you from being the best by taking potentially the better detachments.
Oh, yeah.
And then that's a decision in and of itself, right? Because is that detachment the one that's winning? I don't know. Maybe.
I mean, it's quite evident when really good detachments come along, though, right? Like, you can really tell the difference between the haves and the have-nots. I mean, we do it when we do our Codex reviews. It's really evident when something is good and when something is
true.
Bang average.
I guess the issue there is surely you just tone down the detachment rather than penalise the units that are within it. But, yeah, maybe they just didn't want to do that in this regard.
I think it's just the problem they've created for themselves with the way they've approached it. I personally think Space Marines are some of the larger offenders, and I think in the case of Space Marines, it would make sense if they moved back to a system where each Space Marine Codex was self-contained thing, and they moved away from the supplement system and just went, this is the Blood Angels Codex, everything in this is a Blood Angels unit. Done.
Yeah, I guess it allows you to appoint certain units that are generic to the actual sort of faction abilities that you'll be getting from them. And as you say, the units that are buffing them, such as the characters that are specific to that faction. Yeah, that would.
Well, it always feels like sometimes they're just sort of stuck in a bit of a rut because they've done this for a little while. They introduced the idea of Space Marine supplements in 8th edition. Towards the end of 8th edition, because bizarrely, I think, God, now I can't even remember properly, but I'm pretty certain that 8th edition, before the supplements became a thing, in fact, I know for sure, actually, that, Codex Blood Angels, Codex Dark Angels, Codex Space Wolves were just that. In 8th edition, you got the full array of everything. And then they did supplements, and then in 9th edition, they continued to work with the 8th edition supplements for Ultramarines, Raven Guard, Iron Hands, etc. But then they expanded those supplements to incorporate Blood Angels, Dark Angels, Death Watch, etc. So they created new supplement variants of those armies, and they've kind of carried that on into 10th. But really, I genuinely think they should probably go back to the old early 8th edition and prior edition philosophies, where it's just, those books are what they are. Because Space Marines do seem like they are a repeat offender just because of the breadth, just because of that specific supplement issue. Because, certain units in certain detachments with certain supplements are very, very, very strong versus what they are in others. So, I think that would make sense. Whether or not you'd end up in a situation where they do individual points for individual detachments, I think I mean, sure, why not in theory, but it seems like a lot of work and a bit of a potential unrealistic expectation of them.
Well, it is, to me, it's front-loading the tax that they're already putting onto the units, but putting it into the detachments. So let's say a baseline is everything is 100 points. For every detachment costs 100 points, and then the ones that are slightly better cost maybe a bit more, like 150 or 120. And then maybe some that aren't seen as that good maybe cost, 80 or 70. And, that also solves the problem that we always go on about, is that there's just too many models in the game as well. So it's...
I hear what you're saying. So, sorry, rather than pointing the units as per the detachment, just put a detachment cost on it.
Yeah. Yeah, with the assumption that you're probably taking X sort of units.
Yeah.
Because they're the ones that will be regularly occurring in that detachment, because they're the things that buff those units. So yeah, you just have a baked-in cost.
Or maybe certain detachments have like different points limits. Like this detachment, you can take 1,800 points. With this detachment, you can take 2,000 points with this detachment.
That would also do the same thing, but basically by capping it as well. And then maybe potentially you also do what you've done in previous editions, where if there are things that are being spammed that are particularly egregious that you want to remove, rather than just increasing the points, maybe you cap them. So it's like you can only take 2 dreadnoughts in this list instead of 3.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea. I definitely agree, though, that they need to do more to try and deal with some of these issues. Whether what we've suggested is the solution is neither here nor there, but it is fair to say that they have created a bit of a rod for their own back, and they definitely could do with coming up with something resembling a solution to that. But yeah, we're going to go through the Balance Dataslate. Full transparency, neither of us, or at least I haven't read this yet, and I haven't listened to what other people have said. It is a pure hot take, as it were. And as far as I'm aware, Phil, we're not going to look at the Minotaurs field manual. We're not going to look at any of the other supplementary things. We're just going to look at the Balance Dataslate and talk about that, right?
Sure. That's probably the best way to do it. If you wanted to go through the article that gives you more headlines and talks about roughly what things have gone on up and down in points for each faction from the big takeaways, and also explains why they've made some of the changes, you can just go straight through the data sheets, Balance Dataslate, and then sort of just work out what's going on.
It's a good point. I've pulled up the article so we can do the article and then look at how it looks in the Balance Dataslate and stick to it there. So here's the Balance Dataslate. It is March 2025. Any new stuff is in red, and any stuff that is highlighted from previous versions is highlighted also. So rather not the text.
It's like in green, isn't it?
Yeah, the text is red where it's new, and it's highlighted green where it's old but of note. Core rules wise, there's a whole load of nothing. Everything stays the same. So
correct.
There we go. Let's have a look at the article. What are they calling out? So, first things first, we have the Adeptus Sororitas. The Adeptus Sororitas have struggled a bit in their fight against the foes of the Imperium. So we have reverted the parts of Acts of Faith that allow you to gain miracle dice each time a unit is destroyed. We were not happy with the results last time. We hope this puts the faction into a more fun and fair place. So what have they done to them?
They've added on, so it says each time an Adeptus Sororitas unit from your army is destroyed is the new bullet point for gaining a miracle dice.
Okay, fair enough. So you now get miracle dice for each time your Adeptus Sororitas die is destroyed, which makes sense because it was like a martyred thing before, wasn't it? Odd that they removed it, but I understand that Sororitas or Sisters of Battle were very strong for a while, so they definitely needed some level of neutering, which makes sense, I suppose. So good for them. Hopefully that'll make a meaningful difference. Again, I really hate the miracle dice system. I think dice manipulation and all that kind of stuff is terrible. I hate mechanics that take the randomness of the game out, but I understand and appreciate that it works in the case of Sisters, and I didn't necessarily find it too abusive or egregious when they first introduced it in 8th edition, but definitely throughout the span of 9th edition, my experiences of playing against it in the early 10th edition instances, it seemed very strong. Evidently, it's going to be strong again, or stronger, and seemingly strong enough to make a difference. So, yeah. Are you in any way shocked or surprised by that change, Phil?
No, sort of makes sense to bring it back to sort of how it was before, especially if it was underperforming. It sort of feels quintessential Sisters, despite, as you say, maybe it's not the best mechanic in terms of manipulating dice. But if you're going to have that in the game, then yeah, it makes perfect sense. And it does sort of fits the overall theme of, a miracle, basically.
There we go. The Adeptus Custodes have changed. You like the Adeptus Custodes, so we will give this some focus. So the Adeptus Custodes have been having a great time recently. So essentially, the Blade. Maybe not for you so much, Phil, but you've not been doing it right. But yeah, the Blade Champion, who's very good, and Custodes Wardens have gone up in points. The Venerable Contempted Dreadnought and Telemon Dreadnought has also received a minor increase as the recent Solar Spearhead detachment has made them shine quite brightly. But they've also reduced the points of a few units that they felt were expensive. So Alea, who is the Sister of Silence character, this Custodian Guard, which seems pretty wild because they seem very strong, but
I think they've been good, but most people have been taking Wardens for the sort of damage mitigation that you can get on them.
No fair. The Knight Centura.
I think that's the one of the sister squads, right?
Could be. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure.
No idea.
Hold on, I've got the data sheets up here.
Oh, maybe is the Knight Centura like the generic sisters hero character now?
Yes, it is. That is correct. Yeah.
There you go. And Shield Captain. So they've had some points reductions, but other things have had point increases. Otherwise, there's nothing of note other than what they kind of did last time around. But yeah, so no meaningful changes this time around, just points.
The big change that they've sort of not mentioned there is that there's a Lines of the Emperor detachment that they've given us.
Oh, well, they didn't mention it there. We'll move on. No, I'm joking. Go on, tell us about it, Phil.
It's actually really good. So their detachment rule is against all odds. So each time an Adeptus Custodes unit from your army, excluding vehicles, makes an attack, if there are no other friendly units within 6 inches of that unit, add 1 to the hit roll and add 1 to the wound roll.
Ooh.
So +1 to hit is mostly pointless because everything hits on 2s, but it does mitigate anything that's giving you a -1 to hit. Like when someone uses the smokescreen stratagem. But +1 to wound rolls, pretty interesting. Some of the enhancements are actually really good. One of them is when an infantry model's died, so obviously it's going to be a character. On a 2-up, they get back and they get all their wounds.
Oh, wow.
So, really interesting. There's a few others that are really cool, and then the stratagems are quite interesting. My favourite being an old classic that hasn't been around for an edition, which is Unleash the Lions. This specifically works on Alaris Custodians, which are the Terminators, but also Aquilon Custodians, which are the Forge World Terminators, which I don't think I've ever seen, and maybe it happened once, where they actually call out specifically Forge World units, which is very interesting in and of itself. But what you do is you do it in your command phase, it splits that unit into individual Terminators as their own solo units.
Love that.
And then they can just go off. Your squad of 3 becomes 3 separate one-man units, and they can go off and do objectives and things like that, especially when they all have like a teleport shunt once per game ability. So you could have a unit on the table turn 1, and then turn 2 or 3, you can just have them zipping around the board just once. But yeah, that seems like it's quite fun and gives you a lot of utility. There's a couple of like movement-esque stratagems as well in there. So I'm genuinely considering switching over to this one for a bit to try it out. It seems quite interesting. The only downside is it doesn't have any like mortal wound protection, which is what the shield host detachment has, which is quite a handy strat. So that's its only sort of real weak spot, I think. But otherwise, it feels worth trying out for sure.
Coming back across and playing more 40k recently after a lot of Age of Sigmar, I'm often reminded, though, that mortal damage or mortal wounds are... I mean, obviously, there are instances where they are quite prolific, but a lot, compared to AOS, they use mortal wounds a lot less in 40k.
True. I think maybe, so the times I play against George, who's my local buddy, with his Space Marines, he always runs a Brutalis now, because the Brutalis, when it charges, does mortal wounds, and then he also, at the same time, spends a CP to do tank shock. So he does twice the amount of mortal wounds, and I'm like, oh no. And then I've just like lost four custodies, and it's like, oh god.
Well, just don't get charged by him, mate. That's the trick.
That's the simple solution, Dan. Likewise, just roll sixes.
Well, yeah, that's also an option if you're able to do it. Cool, yeah, so nice changes to custodies then. I mean, obviously nothing meaningful in terms of the Balance Dataslate, but obviously a new detachment, which is cool, and then also these points adjustments in order to try and maybe put a bit of a shine back on some of the non-Blade Champion Warden units. So that's cool. Adeptus Mechanicus, Belisarius Cool, and Tech Priest Dominus have fallen in points a little, which basically is entirely meaningless. But yay, Belisarius Cool's a bit cheaper. I actually quite like running Belly. I think he's quite cool. I think he's got a lot of cool things that he can do to enhance the overall performance of the army, but not meaningfully. I mean, he's a bit of a nothing burger sometimes on Belisarius Cool, but I like the mini. I like the idea of him, and okay, fair enough. His aura of reroll ones is useful in some instances. So yeah, he's not without his moments, but he's not the greatest. But maybe he's cheap enough now to strongly consider. I think that is it. I mean, obviously Mechanicus underwent an obscene amount of changes before, which are all still kind of prevalent within this Balance Dataslate.
Yeah, there was no new Balance Dataslate updates to them.
No, fine. Eldari, they have basically tweaked how a Sermon's Hand of Asheran works, which basically changed it from anti-infantry 2+ to anti-infantry 5+, which essentially massively reduces the amount of mortal wound damage that that unit could do. So yeah, when you used to have the combination of anti-infantry 2+ and devastating wounds abilities, those two things in concert were obviously strong. Begs the question how no one at GW's rules writing team even noticed that as the book went out the door. But
I mean, I feel like we even called that out in the podcast when we reviewed the Codex.
Oh, probably, yeah. I mean, yeah, there was so much of it that was like, wow, this is evidently really strong.
Yeah. The fact that they've just had this one tweak is they've gotten off lightly.
Well, I still think, though, it was definitely one of the most egregious elements of the book. I'm surprised that we haven't seen any other changes, but I imagine most of the changes have come in the forms of points tweaks. I don't and can't tell you exactly what those are right now, but my guess is things like fire dragons and stuff like that would have gone up in points because they're very good. So yeah, I imagine there's been a bit of a points hike to try and deal with that. But yeah, the Sermon ability definitely needed addressing, which is good that they did. Astra Militarum, so they've made changes to combat engineers, Phil, your favourite squad. Remote mine, apparently it reduces the mortal wounds to D3 to bring it in line with the Kassakin melter mine. It was too good before, Phil.
It used to be D6 mortal wounds. That's now D3 on a roll of a 2+, I believe. On a 3+. And then if it's a monster or vehicle, it used to be D3 +3, and it's now just 2D3. so not quite as optimal for what that is. And then it also costs 2 CP as well, I believe.
Nice.
Or was that the firing hot stratagem, which I assume? Yeah, it's the same. Oh no, sorry, I'm looking at a different thing. That's the hot shot stratagem.
Yeah. Which I believe is to do with their bridgehead strike detachment. Or
yeah, so that's changed slightly. So one of the core rules for that is when you disembark from transport or set up from reserves, you used to get +1 to wound. It's now +1 to hit, which does tone them down quite a bit, because it used to be the Scions natively get reroll wound rolls of 1. And if they're on, I believe if they're on an objective, they reroll all wound rolls. So if you're getting a reroll plus a +1 to wound, it means you're much better at killing high toughness stuff. Whereas now, if you're needing 5s to wound, you're basically just getting your rerolls to try and maximize your dice. And you're going from a 3 to a hit to a 2+. So that's negligible. It's still good, but I don't think it's anywhere near as good as +1 to wound, because that's the bigger shift that you need to make, basically. So that's definitely toned it down. I wouldn't say dead on arrival, like a few people have said, but it's definitely just toned it down a fair bit.
Well, it needed doing, right? Like, I think at the end of the day, clearly what it was before was too strong. So, yeah, I'm fine with it overall.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting that obviously the Codex hasn't been out that long. So I wonder how much information they've taken in from the new Codex, or has this just been loads of people taking Bridgehead since Christmas, and that's been the deciding factor with effectively the old Codex, and the Bridgehead one is still probably good. But I think, to be honest, the Bridgehead is fantastic from like a theme point of view and like an interesting way of playing it. Like, it feels like that's the Scion detachment, more so than even the one that was, in the Codex.
Yeah. No, I think they've done a good job. Well, I said they've done a good job with it. It's everywhere and it's very strong. Which means they have done a good job with it, because people really like it and are using it, but it's obviously people are liking it and using it because it's probably a little bit too optimized. But, that's all, as again, this is how they do these things. There are no equals in this situation. There's always, degrees of superiority, I suppose. Cool. So that's basically Guard. We'll be reviewing the Guard Codex in the next episode, so episode 201. Come along and check that out, and we'll have a bit more of a general thoughts and feels on that whole thing. Next is Blood Angels. So no actual changes to Blood Angels in the Balance Dataslate, just some points reductions that they've called out here. Death Company Marine units and Death Company captains have been reduced in points to bring them in line with other Codex units. Again, it's small reductions on the case of the Death Company captains. The Death Company Marines have come down a little bit as well, which again makes sense. And the Rage Field Warriors enhancements bring so much rage that is getting a moderate points increase. So there you go. So they've ever so slightly increased the points of Rage Fueled Warrior. So fine. Yeah. Blood Angels are pretty good at the moment. It's worth stating that they've closed the loophole on the bloodless angels, or bloodless angels, which was essentially the community terminology for taking the Blood Angels detachment without any Blood Angels characters in it. That's basically had that loophole closed, but that's more of a Codex Space Marines point that we'll get to in a moment. No changes to Black Templars, no changes to Chaos Knights, nor Chaos Space Marines. The next big meaningful update has come for the Chaos Demons. So the Legion of Excess has proven quite powerful, that being the Slaanesh Demon detachment. Yes, it's really good. Shock horror. And they've made changes to the detachment rule to be less punishing. So Seductive Gambit no longer grants full rerolls to hit and wound. Though units still get full rerolls within the Shadow of Chaos. And GW are saying some words that essentially says that this feels fairer. The Thieves of Pain stratagem has been changed so that units intercepting damage must be visible to the target. Again, a very sensible and logical change, because the prolific the walls everywhere blocking line of sight definitely make all of that stuff crazy efficient. And we have removed, or rather Games Workshop has removed, the battle shock portion of the overwhelming excess stratagem, so it's now -1 to hit against units in all cases, but you can now use it during the shooting and fight phase. So yeah, there were also some points changes, I believe, to the Slaanesh Demons and the Legions of Excess to try and kind of further address some of the balance issues with them. Again, Slaanesh Demons have been very, very popular and very, very strong since their Grotmus detachment. So it's no great shocker to see them making meaningful changes to that detachment, because it has been pretty good.
Cool.
Isn't there? There's a detachment for the demons, though, isn't there?
Yeah, that's the Legions of Excess.
There it is. Chaos Demons, Legions of Excess.
Do you mean the new one?
The new one, yes. Sorry, not the Legions of Excess.
Legions of Excess is the old one that they've tweaked.
Yes, yeah. Was there not a new one? Why did people say there was a new one?
I believe, there was 3 new ones. I believe it was Orcs, Demons, and Custodes.
Why is it not listed here? Do I have to go to Grotmus detachments or something?
Hold on. Chaos Demons. I've got it in. So there's Blood Legion, Demonic Incursion, Legions of Excess, Plague Legion, Scintillating Legion, and Shadow Legion.
And where's that in the Grotmus detachments?
No, that's just in the app, because it lists them all there.
I'm just checking on these. Hang on, let's check these Grotmus detachments. There we go. Dari. There you go. Yeah. Legions of Excess. Oh, no, it's not in there. Where's that then? Oh, don't worry about it. We're not going to talk about it because I can't find it. But there's a new detachment. People who like Chaos Demons will, tell you about that in the places where people do more thorough jobs than we do.
It should just be then in the separate downloads for recently.
I have no idea. I have no idea where it is. I'm looking at this. I've got Legends Legionus Demonica.
Is it not that then?
Well, that sounds like it's a Legends thing rather than anything specific there. Index Chaos Demons. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's Index Chaos Demons. Maybe they've changed that.
Yeah, maybe. Because they have updated the Legions of Excess, but that's just with the tweaks that we've just talked about.
Demonic Incursion. Chaos Demons, Shadow Legion. Oh, here we go. This must be it. Shadow Legion. So, let's make that a bit bigger. Oh, that's too big. Right. Okay. So, Shadow Legion. When mustering your army, you cannot include any demon princes with wings, or epic heroes, excluding Bellicor, but you can include the following heretical Astartes units. Bellicor and Heretic Astartes units from your army gains Shadow Legion and Undivided keyword. Legions, Demonic units from your army gain Shadow Legion keyword. Chaos Demon, Shadow Legion detachment rules. Units from your army have the relevant abilities presented below. So there's the Murdering Coal, which is corn related. So this unit is eligible to shoot and declare charge in the turn in which it advanced. So advanced and charged on corn demons. Pretty strong. There's the Zinch variant, which is each time an attack targets this unit, subtract 1 from the hit rolls. Mm-hmm. That's really strong. There's the Gloom Rot, which is Nurgle. Each time an attack targets this unit, the strength characteristic of attack is greater than the unit's toughness. Subtract 1 from the wound roll.
That's very good.
Very, very good. Shadow's Caress, which is Slaanesh. Enemy units cannot use the Overwatch stratagem. Bloody hell, that's pretty wild. And Disciples of Be'lakor, Shadow Legions, undivided units. This unit has the Dark Pax army rule and can use it as described in Codex Chaos Space Marines, even though your army's faction is not Heretica Astartes. If this unit is Be'lakor, it automatically passes the leadership test for Dark Pax, which is pretty strong. Dark Pax being basically roll the battleshock test and you get either lethal or sustained hits. And yeah, Shadow Legion's Heretic Astartes models also gain Deep Strike.
So, this is definitely a new one.
This is new, mate. 100%. Yeah, 100%.
I'm sort of surprised they haven't done a Be'lakor detachment already.
Well, so what they did is over Grotmus, they gave us the new god-specific ones, and now they've evidently added this. But it's just weird that they've not hid it, but they've just put it in the index. It's also extra weird that I'm reading this article from Warhammer Community and they didn't mention it, but whatever.
Yeah, it feels like a big one to have called out.
Well, again, I think it just speaks to the oddness of the situation with this balanced data slate now that it's all these different things in all these different places. But yeah, that sounds like a very, very strong detachment. That's a big old glow up, as they love to say, for the Chaos Demons, who were already doing really well anyway. So yeah, well done them.
Yeah, well, so basically they all get. It's not like you pick one of those things. It's like they all get them.
They all get them, and it's like, cool. I'm Khorne Demons. I like to run and charge. Great, you can do that now. It's like, cool. That's pretty wicked.
That is pretty mad. Yeah.
Yeah.
That seems very strong.
Next on the list of things is Leagues of Votan. Since the Leagues of Votan are always judging, both you and your army, the army rule now allows you to pick 2 enemy units. Votan seem to be in a very weird place at the moment. I understand there are people who are obviously running them, but they just don't really seem to have mattered since they've came out. I know I've always been really down on Votan, but it just feels like a really botched release with really underwhelming support and rules, and it shocks me that we are towards the end of this edition of 40k and the new army from 9th edition really isn't getting too much love and attention in 10th. It's very odd.
I assume it'll come when they're released, but it does feel like there needs to obviously be like a second wave of models for them, and you would have thought they would have done that before giving us things like Emperor's Children, which feel like that's a sort of end of an edition release like they did with World Eaters. But who knows what Games Workshop's drinking. Who knows what's in their water up north.
My assumption is that the Votan, because the range is horrible and the rules were really overcooked at launch, I think they probably just didn't do very well, and I just think they've just been underwhelming. And as a result,
they're going to be squatted again. Imagine that. That it happens twice.
I just think people just haven't been attracted to them. I just think I don't know what I just don't know what fantasy they're fulfilling. Like, for me personally, I look at that range of minis and I'm just like, nothing about this is really singing to me. And then in addition to that, I look at like the rules have just been a bit I don't really understand what the point of him is. So yeah, and again, I accept that's a lot of personal bias, and if you enjoy them, I'm really happy for you. But ultimately, I'm just saying that I think realistically, I get the vibe, because the fact is, right, Imperial Knights sold so well that new Imperial Knight stuff came out within a year. Yeah. You know,
like Gene Stealer Cult, there's always been loads of those players at events. Same with Sisters, even though they're both technically old Rangers, but haven't had sort of plastic support for a very long time. And then, Votan feels like I'll always see 1 or 2 players, but not anywhere near as many as sort of the other races, it seems like.
Yeah, they just don't seem to... I mean, they got credit where credit's due. Their vehicle kits are okay. Good even, you know.
Yeah, there's some bits about, as I've said many times, that some of the units are good, and I thought they've warmed to me and I like them, but most of them just feel like a real miss to me. And that if I was, and I was, an old squat fan, or even a dwarf fan, the existing new Votan range is not ticking any boxes for me from what I wanted out of Space Dwarves. They should have lent much more into that sort of traditional hardy miner vibe, and it's like, yeah, they've got some elements to that, but they've mostly just veered off in a completely different direction with their little robot helpers and stuff like that, which is kind of cool, but it's not, let's say, dwarves in space.
No, I mean it is, but it's just not particularly entertaining. I just think they've Leagues of Votan need some work. I think this is the thing though, just to me a lot of the time, especially within 40k, it's like when you look at the last like series of like releases that they've done that have become like armies, like, yes, your World Eaters earn their place because they're Space Marines. Jackals are stupid, but fine. World Eaters make sense. Thousand Sons makes sense. Death Guard makes sense. Emperor's Children makes sense because, Space Marines, fine. Easy peasy. Outside of that, Harlequins, yeah, fine, but really you've taken one unit and stretched it out very thinly into an army. Same thing with like even Mechanicus. Like, I don't know really. Like, I think Mechanicus has landed better than Votan. But
I'll tell you what though, I have been tempted this year. I was seriously tempted to do a Leagues of Votan army.
Really?
The caveat is that all the models would be from the Necromunda range.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah,
that's what I wanted. That's basically what I wanted. And I think in a way that's the problem with the Votan range, is if they just came out in isolation, you could grumble about it, but there's nothing really to compare it to. Whereas now it's like, oh, here's the thing we actually wanted over here in a much more expensive and sort of unplayable way.
Yeah, it's pretty mad, isn't it? But anyway, there we go. But yes, Leagues of Votan continues to be disappointing. Well done, them. Orcs.
Sorry, Votan fans.
Yeah, sorry, Votan fans. That one guy will be absolutely, flabbergasted. Anyway, yes, so Orcs. So they've made changes to the Listen Ear rule. Listen ear. That's probably what it's supposed to mean. Listen ear rule.
Yes, yeah.
In the Takaka Brigade. Brilliant. Whatever. God, sometimes. Detachment is better representing the Orc way, bossing each other around. Orc units will now only get one tactic. There we go. Sorry, there we go. It's starting to make sense now. Tactic. And we'll always make leadership tests to see if they need to smash some heads. This change aligns better with the same theme. Okay, fine. And they've changed tank busters, so they need to see an enemy before they send out their bomb squig. Yeah, makes sense. Fine. So in terms of how that looks here, so lots and lots of things. But yeah, so tank buster, bomb squigs, fine. Cool. You can use one bomb squig if you can see your enemy. Easy peasy. They got a detachment as well, didn't they, the Orcs?
The Mordaka one, which is Daka. During, this is their detachment rule, during your shooting phase, ranged weapons equipped by Orc infantry and Orc walker models have sustained hits too. And while the war is active for your army, Orc infantry and Orc walker units have the assault ability as well.
There you go. Because Lord knows what we needed was Orc shooting to get better.
Yes, yeah. Okay, interesting.
Yeah. Thing is, again, though, right, I don't mind the idea that, someone wants to lean into the Orc shooting archetype and ultimately, make more of it and all the rest of it. It's just one of those things where it's like, yeah, if you're trying to get a game of Warhammer 40,000 done within 3 hours, though, I can imagine this will get pretty tedious pretty quickly.
Just rolling all the dice.
Yeah. I know from my own experience of running Mechanicus stuff, though, there's nothing more frustrating than rolling like 100 dice just to resolve 2 wounds at the end of it. But, yeah, I mean, obviously with the improvements to their output, maybe they'll get 4 out of this. But yeah, I don't know. I just, again, my belief is like what I would have loved to have seen from this is like basically it could have just been like in this detachment, orcs are ballistic skill 3+, and they've got one shot, but it's like strength 8, damage 4. You know what I mean? Like just sort of make it like, here you go. Here's a really interesting idea. We're going to make an orc sharpshooter detachment where all their guns become really high damage and strength, but they're just low fire rate. You know, it's like they're really accurate. They hurt, but each orc boy shoots one shot, as opposed to now everyone's shooting 1,000,000 times. But again, I get that people like rolling hundreds of dice.
I think that's why you're an orc player, basically.
I don't know if that's true. Although I play orcs in Age of Sigmar, where they're sensible. Where the army makes sense.
Well, that shooting. Yeah.
Yeah, 40k orcs confuse me. I find the love affair with rolling pointless dice endlessly is just like, yeah. But anyway, whatever. Orcs, everybody. Everyone loves them. So last of the significant changes, it would seem, are our friends, the Space Marines. So they made lots of sweeping changes to Space Marines before. So apparently Games Workshop have been happy with recent changes to Space Marines, but a few chapters have been attempting to claim they are Codex compliant. This is obviously in reference to the Bloodless Angels. So they have changed how the Oath of Moment army rule works. So basically you can reroll hit rolls, and if you are using a Codex Space Marines detachment and your army does not include one or more units with the Black Templars, Blood Angels, Dark Angels, Death Watch, or Space Wolves keyword, add one to the wound roll. Question though, does that weird Librarian detachment that they got in Grotmas, does that count as a Codex Space Marines detachment?
I'd assume so, yeah.
Yeah, I'd assume so too. Let's have a look. Grotmas detachment. Lordy Lord, where is it? Space Marines. Space Marines. Space Marines. Space Marines. Space Marines. God, there's so much to this. All right, I can't find this for love. Ah, here we go. Space Marine Librarians Conclave. Start of each battle round, select one of the following things. Detachment rule. No, there's nothing specific that states that it is. So there's nothing specific in this Librarius Conclave thing, at least not immediately, that indicates that it is a Codex Space Marines detachment, so they wouldn't get it either.
Yeah, it's a weird nuance because technically it's not in the Codex, and this is calling out the title of a book. So yeah, I guess it would be excluded.
Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting.
Well, yeah. I mean, again, I'm sure. I mean, I don't know. People will make their own rulings on it, but it makes sense. The thing they were doing with the Blood Angels detachment was a bit over the top, so that's fair enough. Uriel Ventress can now only grant Deep Strike to Phobos Gravis and Tacticus units, which now means that he can't give Deep Strike to Centurions, nor can he give Deep Strike to Tactical Marines or Scouts, for that matter.
Yeah.
Trying to think of other infantry units that you couldn't do it to. But yeah, basically Uriel Ventress gives an infantry squad Deep Strike. But it has to now be a Phobos Gravis or Tactical squad. So yeah, probably makes more sense that they were trying to close any kind of Centurion nonsense, but maybe there was something that people were doing with like Devastator squads or something, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Phobos lieutenants were able to move, shoot, and then charge. They've added limitations to the strategic dispersal rule, so that they can't declare charges, a charge after moving. Where's that? Lieutenant in Phobos armor, strategic dispersal ability. If it does until the end of the turn, the unit is not eliminated. Okay, fine. So in your shooting phase, after this model unit is shot, It can make a move, but it can't charge after it moves.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Fine. And then the Windswift evasion stratagem was targeting some units that would not be described as swift. As a result, we have now limited the targets to the stratagem to infantry and mounted units.
Which implies vehicles, basically.
Yes.
Or, potentially monsters if you could take Gilliman. Is he a monster or is he infantry now? I can never remember.
No, he's a monster. He's a monster and a Primarch. So Windswift evasion, one Adeptus size infantry or Adeptus Astartes mounted unit from your army that is within 9 of that enemy unit. Okay, fine, and that's everything in the old Balance Dataslate of note. Anyway, a fairly. Obviously, look, the new detachments are cool. The Chaos Demons one, very strong. The Custodes one, very strong. The Orc one sounds frustrating as hell, but probably something that Orc players will enjoy. On the whole, it's just sort of, again, like, I guess we're at that point now with the game where the die is cast. It's very much a kind of set formula now. They're not looking to make any real meaningful changes or impactful kind of points around kind of core gameplay design philosophies. Kind of is what it is. This is just about them trying to, tweak and balance and try and make things more attractive or deal with problems, which you could argue is a really good thing because ultimately this is just them, kind of doing things in such a way as will get us towards the end of the edition in a generally good state. In a way, I have to be positive about it because, it's not doing anything dramatic, but the good news is it didn't need to. So, I can't really be overly negative about it in any way, shape or form. If anything, I would actually say...
Despite trying.
Well, I think it's important to try and have a perspective on some of this stuff. But no, genuinely, I think it's actually quite good. I think they made a lot of really interesting changes over the course of the edition. I think, ultimately, it is still crazy that the Mechanicus have many, 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 many changes and that, there are so many changes in it. But ultimately, they're doing the best they can to deliver the best gameplay experience they can within the construct of the rules that they have currently. And, I think they are actually being quite successful in that regard. It's pretty good.
That's fair enough. I sort of feel like if I was like a Tyranid or a Necron player or something, I'd be like, oh, where's my stuff? And I guess the assumption is that they don't need it. And what we used to get with the old MetaWatch articles is we used to get like the sort of the win rate by faction. So you could see the ones that were overperforming and underperforming. So it was quite clear, oh, these are the ones that need changing. And they've sort of stopped doing that, which is a bit of a shame. It would have been nice to have given... Obviously, they gave reasons for some of the changes, but giving us that win ratio would be like, oh, cool, this is obviously why they're doing these things, and it gives validation for why people like Tyranids and Necrons haven't had any changes, because you can be like, oh, cool, my win rate is like 48 or 52% or something, and I'm in that Goldilocks zone. It's just extra reassurance, and I think that would have been a nice touch, but,
I'm disappointed that you used the terminology Goldilocks zone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all right. It's fine. I'll forgive, but I'll never forget.
The wet finger zone in your ear hole. It's perfect.
Okay. I get what you're saying. I think the Balance Dataslate in kind of isolation is always interesting because, again, if you're not super kind of intimately engaged in the competitive scene, reading the article in isolation, it's hard to sort of contextualize. And, GW definitely over the last few years has done a better job in kind of giving you a flavor of what the competitive landscape looks like. A lot of people who consider themselves to be experts at monitoring and gauging competitive play always used to grumble that GW's data was, basically pointless, and the way that they did it was wrong, and that, other people had much better, more advanced methodologies. All of that could be true, and maybe it contributed to GW being like, what's the point? The competitive scene is kind of serving themselves. We'll just continue kind of doing what we're doing in a more kind of general sense. But yeah, I do miss having that kind of insight on what is kind of performing well and what isn't. But I guess you just, turn to alternate sources to find that insight at this point.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
But yeah, no, I mean, a relatively minor balanced data slate, but not insignificant. I think this doesn't really compare to what they did with the Marines in the last one. Those were big updates. But definitely, the tools that they've given to the Chaos Demons are really interesting, and something that's obviously going to help them out massively. Not that they necessarily needed a huge amount of help at the moment. They've definitely been doing well lately. So, interested to see how that kind of carries on going forwards. But yeah, Custodies are an interesting one, because the truth is, Custodies have had really bad detachments, or did have really bad detachments in the Codex. So it's good that they continue to give them something a little bit more meaningful in these updates.
Yeah, I've always sort of felt like you had the Shield Host, which was pretty much a one detachment for just Custodies and not taking the Sisters, or leaning into vehicles now, or characters. So having a second one, which actually plays into that as well, was actually really interesting. And you could play it with character heavy, sort of like an army, but it does feel like it still works really well with just taking units, but they're all just going off and doing their own thing, because there's a limitation around, you can't have another unit within 6 inches. So I think that gives it, it just seems really interesting, and it's sort of well needed, I think, in terms of an extra choice for running what I would call generic Custodies. So that's good.
Yeah, good to see. All right, great. Well, there we go. That was us talking about the Balance Data Slate. We're going to move on now to whatever we decide to talk about next. Cheers, everyone. Transitional noise. All right, you found one of our secret middle section bits where most of these we're going to do in the outro, but this one we're doing here, because to be honest with you, we missed it in the outro, so now we're just filling in the blanks. Go on, Phil.
This is Character Building 89 on Instagram. He says, "Good morning, gentlemen. Congratulations on 200 episodes. I love the content. I have a couple of questions for you, if you would be so kind." And Dan is being very kind, because we're doing this as an extra. Number one, aimed at, but not specifically for Dan, what is your favourite thematic rule in any edition, and what is the most annoying?
My favourite thematic rule in any edition. Look, it's going to be a really lame answer, but my favourite thematic rule in any edition was pinning tests, because it simulated warfare and it made sense. I'm being shot by an ordnance weapon. I'm being shot by a sniper rifle. I go to the ground. That is a logical, sensible rule that simulates a warfare scenario. Ultimately, if you are something in the Warhammer 40,000 universe that isn't fearless, you are getting your face on the floor. And that makes a lot of sense. And that is some of the fun old mechanics that kind of created interesting gameplay scenarios and situations. It was annoying because when you're pinned, you essentially can only get up and then move a lesser distance, and all of your shots were basically made into snapshots, which would be ballistic skill 6+ by modern, 40k parlance. And that was very annoying, but it was a penalty, but it also had interesting thematic elements to it. And there were benefits to it as well. You could go to ground yourself, and that would give you a boosted cover save. So there were instances where it worked to your benefit as well. But those kind of mechanics were interesting, although what I will say as a rule that was kind of interesting back in the day, but actually more negative than fun, was the old move through cover mechanics. To understand this, you have to realise that the old thematic mechanics of Warhammer 40,000 was that all infantry moved 6 inches, and they introduced a mechanic where you would move through cover, and to denote the difficulty of that cover, you would roll 2d6 and take the highest result as your maximum movement, which often led to your units of infantry struggling over 3 turns to traverse a bushel. And it was a bit of a mad thing because you would be rolling like 1s and 2s and being like, oh God, please get me out of this ruin. And that was quite irritating. But yeah, those to me, I think, and again, I appreciate they're not glamorous, fun, over the top, crazy rules. Maybe Thunderstop. There you go. That was a laugh back in the day.
Oh, yes. Ridiculously good as well.
Oh God, that was a mad rule. What was the one that super heavy tanks did?
Wasn't that Thunderstomp?
No, Thunderstorm was specifically the Titans with feet that did it. The vehicles had like a ram or something.
Oh, Tank Shock.
Oh, was it just Tank Shock? Anyway,
they did Tank Shock, but Super Heavies had a sort of super version of Tank Shock.
Yes, yeah.
Oh God, yeah, I can't remember. Was it Tank Blitz? I don't know.
Thunder Blitz, probably, something
Maybe,
like that.
Yeah, probably.
And it was literally, you just created this insane battering ram, and there was this ridiculous Imperial Guard tiny tank that was quite cheap, but was a super heavy for some reason, and loads of people used to just take it and just run it at people, which I used to find hilarious. It was like a Malkador variant.
The Malkador was the smallest of the super heavies, although weirdly in later editions it just became a normal vehicle. I think that was from 8th onwards, but prior to that it was technically a super heavy, because it was quite big for, back in the day, but now that's probably the size of a repulsor or something.
Yeah. How about you, Phil? Did you have any?
I had 2. The first one is, I don't want to say a flippant answer, but it goes to show what I liked, and it was Ceramite Armor, which was a universal special rule in Horus Heresy. So it was built on the back of the 7th edition rules, which didn't have it at all as a concept. And Ceramite Armor pretty much just went on Land Raiders, I want to say, but it gave you a particular save against just melter weapons. And I'm like, oh wow, look at that storytelling via rules. It's an upgrade for a vehicle, which I used to love back in those days, but it basically gave you specific save against a specific type of weapon, which is something I would love to see more of. They did other things like flare shields and stuff like that, but Ceramite I thought was very cool. And the fact that, you have keywords nowadays, I love that you could maybe have, feel no pain, bracket, melter, for example, which would replicate a similar effect. And again, storytelling via rules. So I like that one. The more kind of well-constructed one is probably line of sight firing arcs, especially for vehicles, because again, a vehicle, it makes them less useful in a way, less deadly, I think is a more correct term, but also more realistic in terms of you had specific firing arcs for your sponsons and for your front weapons. So not all your weapons could shoot at just one thing, which when they first did that did make sense to an extent, but also just felt very silly. But it sort of feels like it's something that's now just been wholesale embraced and people don't even think about it anymore, unless perhaps you're teaching people the game for the very first time and they'd be like, oh, what, so I can just shoot everything? And you go, yeah. And they go, well, how does that happen? And you go, I don't know, it just does. Stop thinking with your brain and just do it. But yeah, I think those sort of elements were very much where the game was a tabletop war game, and it is less that now because it has lost a lot of those rules. So I'd like to see those things come back. And, maybe you'd have more arguments about what can really see things and things like that. But all of those little trickling things do now, not by not having them, make the game much more killy. And ultimately that is the fundamental problem that 40k has, is that it's too killy. And, that would actually help mitigate that. Yeah,
no, for sure. I think, the Ceramite or the Ceramite armor thing, they did have versions of that in older 7th edition, but it was it used to be that it would negate the melter rule. So it used to be that the melter rule was 2d6 plus strength. So things like the Storm Raven, because the Storm Raven...
Oh, yeah. I think, was that the only one that had it then?
There was... Yeah, I think it might actually be one of the only things that had it. So yeah, because it was a planet drop vehicle. The idea is that it was obviously thermal shielded to enter the atmosphere, so it had heat resistance. So yeah, melter weapons couldn't do the thing. Although there was a really weird nuance to that rule, which is that melter bombs still always worked because melter bombs weren't using the melter rule. Melter bombs were just 2d6 plus 8.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Because there's no range on a melter bomb. So that does make sense. Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Anyway, was there another part to that question?
There was. So that was. Oh, yeah. And what was the most annoying?
Oh, okay. Yeah. I covered that. Was there one for you?
I
actually didn't like immobilize very much either.
Oh God, yeah, that would be my pick because that happened to me so many times. Or just the general ordnance rule that forced you to snap shoot, or whenever you got tank shock. No, whenever you got tank, it was either crew shaken or crew shocked. Or tank shocked, where it was like a 1 or 2 on the damage table. You could only fire snapshots as a vehicle, but all the guard vehicles had ordnance and blast, which meant you couldn't ever snap shoot, so your tanks weren't doing anything every time they're being shot at, which was deeply frustrating. So those elements, I did not like.
Another rule actually that just occurred to me that was really fun, I think it was called no escape, but it was like a really obscure thing. But basically if you fired a template weapon, as in a flamer template weapon, an open top transport with things inside it.
Oh, yeah. They all took damage as well.
Yeah. So that was always hilarious, that one, where you just literally, if you were playing against Drakari players and you had a Stern Guard squad with combi flamers and a drop pod and just brought that down and then just set fire to all their transports and everyone inside them died.
But it was a good trade-off, because if you had an open top vehicle, a bunch of people could shoot out of it. But it's
you could shoot out of it, and you could charge out of them.
Yeah, but it's flamers could shoot into them, or templates in general could do damage to them.
But blast didn't do it. It was literally just flamers.
Oh, was it just flamers?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, but anyway, that was fun. Yeah, but that's the thing. The fun thematic stuff. Fair enough. Some of it's annoying, some of it's frustrating, but in a way, I think that just creates those fun moments. But again, it comes down to a matter of design and what they're doing today versus what they were doing back then. So, yeah, it is what it is.
True. And then part 2, aimed at but not specifically for Phil. Any tips on staying on track with a large customized project such as his Thunder Warriors? He then says, keep up the good work, Alistair.
Well, you may as well answer that, Phil, because my answer is pay someone else to do it.
Okay, if you're not doing that, what I tend to do is try and batch paint stuff. I try and sort of focus on with the Thunder Warriors. I just built everything, literally 2,000 points. I built all in one go, and originally I was going to do it in 1,000 points, paint up 1,000 points, but I actually thought it would just be easier to blitz through it. And I sort of was fortunate to take some time off work when I came to the painting, so I could just focus on that for a few solid weeks to try and get as much of it done all in one go. And that's probably not for everything, but I think when you're passionate about something, you can sort of stay on track with it. But sometimes you do need to just take a break from it and maybe work on a different project and then go back to it. But ultimately, if you can stay focused on it, that's going to be much more fruitful, because I tend to find if you've got one big project and you're working on it, but then you get excited and distracted by something else or another future project, you then will never go back to that old project. So just try and stay focused on that one project as much as possible. And I think the old tropes of, work on the basic stuff first and do the characters later as sort of good motivation or reward yourself. So maybe it's a unit, then a character, then another unit. That's always a good way of doing it. And, in terms of batch painting, I would suggest having an airbrush makes life a lot easier for you.
It's all very good insights, mate. I think on my side of things, I think just deadlines as well is just hugely important, right? Everything I've ever achieved painting-wise has always been done to a deadline, because ultimately...
Which is ultimately an event, right?
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. You have to get it done. Obviously, I'm lucky in some regards. I've got a big back catalogue, so if I... but Age of Sigmar has really exposed me, because in AOS, I don't have that... that big back catalogue. So what I've loved about AOS, and probably one of the things without even realising it has really helped me enjoy it more than 40k the last few years, has been because everything I put on the tabletop is actually 100% mine. Like, it's all kind of done by me. So
true. But it's also, I guess, it's like fresh, and it's something you probably more recently bought, and it's not been stuck in your hobby pile of shame for ages.
That's
and,
true.
Sometimes it's like, oh, cool, some new models have come out. So obviously for me, Soulblight Gravelord have just, they previewed the skeletons, so I'm like really excited about that. So I've been doing some stuff for them, so that's all relatively like recent and newish stuff, or it will be when it comes out, but obviously I've been doing some Kurt City models for the time being. Yes, that's always quite fun when there's something new. Historically, I always used to be quite good at it, where I would literally just buy and paint and then play something and not have like a huge back catalogue of stuff. But obviously over the years that's gone completely haywire, and I've got tons of stuff in the shed behind me and stuff.
Yeah, I think that's it though. Like, I was really proud of the fact that I got everything done for January's doubles event with Richie, because I pushed myself and I was like, I'm going to do Skaven and I'm going to actually do it. And I genuinely got it done, and I was genuinely thrilled about it because, it was nice to hit that milestone. So,
yeah. And if you've got targets, you can then also sort of plan it out a bit. So you'd be like, cool, I've got like 2 weeks to do this unit, another 2 weeks to do whatever, and then how many other weeks to paint it all together. And then when it comes to painting, I would normally recommend doing like one test mini to get your scheme down, write it all down so you've got notes. I literally just use the notes app on my phone, where literally I've got, each file's a different like painting recipe for particular armies that I can then easily refer to. But with my Thunder Warriors, rather than paint up just one whole model, because it's like I actually wanted to be as efficient as possible, I sort of had some spare Stormcast minis that I kind of cobbled together to do a bunch of different test schemes for the armour. And then I could just sort of, in a slightly brave way, just paint up all the Thunder Warriors based on those few tests that I did, and I just sort of committed to a route. And I find a lot of my indecision comes from the painting aspects, where I'm not sure which, colours to use, or, I often do a load of research and look at, paint guides and stuff, but often I'll use those and tweak them to my own methods or paints if I don't like exactly what they've done, and make it my own basically.
It's all good stuff, mate. All right, well, there we go. Unless there's any more. Was there any more?
No, that was it.
Cheers for the question, pal. Thanks for supporting the pod. We're going to move on now to whatever it is we were doing next. Blah, blah, blah. Hello, everybody, and welcome to this part of the 200th episode of Look Out Sir, where me, Phil, Joe, and Richie gather together to regale you with general communication about, I guess, Look Out Sir specifically. We're just going to have a bit of a natter about, the podcast and why it's just so darn special. It's a bit of a self-indulgent thing, really, but, ultimately that's our 200th episode, so we're allowed to be a little bit full of ourselves. And it's a great excuse to get Joe and Richie on. We did have Tim, but he didn't turn up, did he?
No.
No, there was miscommunication.
Miscommunication.
It is the best.
He told us he was available.
Boo.
I know, boo Tim. He told us he was available to record at 8 o'clock on a Friday, and then 8 o'clock on a Friday rolled round, and he wasn't here. So there you go. Classic Tim. Although, to be honest, I'm usually the terrible one. You normally are, but you're a professional these days, aren't you, Joe? You've become a full-time content creator.
Yes, but professional is nothing that I really go near.
Well, it depends on your definition of professional, right? Because ultimately, you're being paid to do it. Thus, it is your profession.
Yeah. It's like I used to say that I was a professional chef and a professional driver. I used to drive a van. I used to cook food for Wetherspoons, but I was technically a professional at both things.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. Not just anyone can chuck those slabs of meat shapes in a microwave, mate. That's what I know, right?
But that means you could be a professional anything, though. You could be a professional eater, a professional dog walker, I mean,
that is ultimately true. You could be a professional anything, Joe. If you just hope and dream. You know?
Dream big.
Dream big. Do better. That's the way. But anyway, so we're going to talk about episode 200 of Lookout Sir. Those of you who have been around for a while or listened to a lot of Lookout Sir over the years will remember it started out with me, Phil, and dear old Joseph here. Richie, fun story, was planned to be quite integral to it at the very beginning, but he moved to America because he's all fancy like that.
To be a man.
I did a few years stint in living in California.
You were going to be our American correspondent at one point, but then it just never really. We didn't really have a use for it in the sense of it was just like, you know.
I think you've got to tell me that was the plan.
Well, it was something we were planning, but then it was sort of like, well, what's he going to do as an American correspondent? Just be like, hey, I'm here in America.
Yeah.
Woo.
Everything's more expensive, lads.
Everything's more expensive. Although you were there back in the days when it was, cheap and cheery, weren't you?
No.
No.
Warhammer was more. When I was there, I swear it was more expensive. But I remember. Well, I try and buy stuff from like Amazon or things. Or I like bulk buy it whenever I was back in England.
Yeah.
Because basically like then they manufactured it in England, then shipped it over to America. And then so with the way tariffs are now, it'd be even more expensive. I imagine.
Well, I don't think they've tariffed Warhammer yet, have they? Has Trump tariffed Warhammer?
Well, only on I don't know because I know he's I don't follow the politics enough.
It's like anything that goes on a boat, surely.
It's mostly like anything that's manufactured outside of America. They're trying to put tariffs on.
So it might happen.
Let's just not let Trump. It could happen if they find out how much money Games Workshop makes.
That's it.
Let's not tell them.
Let's not tell them. I think, didn't they just make the FTSE 100 the Warhammers?
Oh, they're in trouble now. Then
they are.
They'll be on his radar.
Some people are of the opinion that there are no dwarf women. The dwarves just suddenly pop out of the ground. Sorry,
isn't that true?
I don't know. But I just thought I'd try and bring it back to something more gaming related.
Yeah, sorry.
No, it's fine.
We're an economy channel now.
Yeah, exactly. I just thought, I should try a little bit. But anyway, so sorry.
But anyway, so I was in America for a bit. I probably mentioned you guys, hey guys, there's this thing called Frontline Gaming. You might have heard of it. Could be a big deal one day.
Yeah.
And it became a big deal, and then it kind of isn't anymore because Games Workshop's...
It's a huge deal now. It's the ITC. It's owned and operated by Games Workshop.
But exactly, Games Workshop's just taken it over.
Yeah, exactly. At great expense. Well done to... I forget the names of them now. The Salty Banana and Frankie or whatever it is. Is that the name?
That sounds about right.
Joe, you keep up on these things. Were they called the Salty Banana?
Do I? There was a guy called the Salty Banana, and there was a guy called Frankie, and there was a guy called Reese.
Yes, I feel like Reese was...
I remember
Reese and Frankie were the guys that ran it.
I think wasn't Reese the Salty Banana? Was it someone else?
No, the Salty Banana was another guy whose name I could never remember. All I remember is he used to be really fat, and then he got really jacked, and then he left. You know.
There's hope for us all.
I don't know if there was a correlation.
Did he become a millionaire when they bought the ITC, and that's why he left?
I think he left ages ago.
Oh, he jumped before the money came in.
It's a sad time.
He's like that guy that could have been in the Beatles but isn't now, and is sad about it. I presume that happened. Was there not famously a Beatle that wasn't a Beatle?
I think so, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like that was a thing that happened. Anyway, we've done 200 episodes. In fact, technically, we've done more than that, but numerically, as per the thing, it's 200 episodes. We actually did a pilot episode at the start, which I might put out on Patreon, just because, it'd be a fun thing to give to the patrons, because I still have, it turns out. I was going through the files, and I found our pilot episode where we basically aggressively apologise for... Games Workshop making books for kids. That's basically what we did.
When they launched their Black Library Kids range.
Yeah. I go on and basically do that thing where I go like, I wouldn't care if Space Marines were women. I was a lot more opinionated back then, I found.
Yeah. And have you gone much the other way now?
I don't know. These days, I mean, I kind of am completely indifferent to it, but I am more sensitive to the idea that I would alienate listeners by having strong opinions. So I've become much more.
You're just sitting on the fence, is that it?
Yeah, I'm very much more on the fence these days. When I go back and listen to that episode where it was a little bit more, laissez-faire about the whole thing, I was a bit like, oh, God, I'm very strongly opinionated on these things. Also, as well, we talk extensively about the then first time ever London Grand Tournament, and we really go in on how terrible the polystyrene terrain was.
But that history has lasted, though, to the point now where everyone still aggressively bashes it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was terrible.
It was terrible, to be fair. Yeah. It was terrible. And those books for children were diluting the fantasy of Warhammer 40,000.
Have any of you guys read any of them? Because I haven't.
No, of course not.
Are they any good?
I was tempted to get them an Audible, because David Tennant reads a couple, and Billy Piper reads some as well. And I was definitely on the Billy Piper train.
That's fair.
That was a definite draw.
But it's odd, because didn't David Tennant and Billy Piper weren't associated in the Doctor Who universe, were
they were characters together.
She was his Elba.
I thought maybe
because Billy Piper started. She was with Eccleston, and then she was also with. She carried through.
Who was the one after old Tennant? Was it? It was the geezer who ended up in that terrible Terminator movie, wasn't it?
He was the guy who stole my chair in Soho House once.
He shared your house once?
No, he stole my chair at Soho House.
He stole your chair at Soho House?
Yes.
That's a story that needs some greater context, really.
I went to the toilet and I came back and then he's sitting in my chair. Like, did no one?
I mean, he is Doctor Who, mate.
And they were like, "It's Doctor Who." I'm like, "Yeah, but that's my chair. No, I've got."
And
he
wasn't Terminator. You've got to be careful of these things.
It's true. He was Skynet and Doctor Who. You don't muck around with that guy.
This was pre-Terminator. This is where he's just the Doctor. This is when he was just the Doctor Who wore a fez.
Oh, no. Fair. I was in a pub in Shoreditch once, and the young lad who was Game of Thrones was there. That's the story.
Do you mean the young lad who was do you mean Brandon Stark, who became king of the realm?
Brandon Stark, yes, absolutely.
Don't go into that, because that was he wasn't the king. He became just king. We're going to segue into the fact that the story was terrible.
I was going to say allegedly, because we don't know what happens in Game of Thrones. All we know is that Tyrion got on a boat, and then they didn't make any more episodes. We have no idea what happened.
That's how it went. It all just stopped abruptly.
Yeah, I was looking forward to them fighting the White Walkers one day, but I guess they never made those episodes.
Has J.R.R. Martin finished the books yet? I read them.
He basically, I think he said he was going to do them because he didn't finish them, and then I think he's just given up and done other things instead.
Yeah, he announced just a few days ago that he's like, I really must finish the books, and it's like, yeah. Who knew that was a thing you really should be doing?
Yeah, but it's going to end up like the end of Lost, isn't it? It's going to be awful. Yeah. In a way, it's great that, like, I imagine he was just hoping that he'd be dead by now. He's like, oh, come on. Like, why hasn't it taken me yet? I'm really actually getting to the point that I'm going to have to finish this. Poor old.
He was just hoping he'd get worn out by all those young female fans, and then he just wouldn't have to do anything.
Oh, there you go. Well, way to go. Anyway, so we've done 200 episodes of Look Out, Sir, and Joe was there at the start. Richie's been there intermittently, and me and Phil...
quiz. I used to do the quiz.
He did? When we used to do the quizzes?
Yeah, for long-term listeners, I used to do the quiz.
Yeah, because there was...
back in the day. And then I came back more sporadically.
Quizzes in the episodes before we did the sort of end-of-the-year quizzes.
Yeah.
I mean... sorry.
Like I say, if it makes you feel better, Richie, is that every time I've interacted with fans of the show, right, no one knew who I was, even when I was on the show. So a couple months ago, we were at Beachhead. Dan was talking to a Lookout Sir fan, and they're talking, and he's like, "And here's Joe," and the guy looked at me as if he was like, "Who is this creature who's just lost out of the sea?" Right? Why are you introducing me to this man? And then one of the saddest ones, again, it was Beachhead related. We were walking through the park after me and Dan had got some lunch, right? And there's a man ahead of us with headphones on. We were just chatting away, and he turned round and he was like, "Are you Dan from Lookout Sir?" And they just started talking away. And I didn't want to be that guy who was like, "I'm also on Lookout Sir," you know.
Some time ago, though, in his defence.
No, but at the time.
Oh, was this quite recent?
I was very much part. There was very much part of Lookout Sir.
Yeah,
I seem to remember something. I think even when Joe was still on it, we all went to Warhammer Fest, and a very similar situation happened then as well. That often happens.
I can't help it that I'm popular, guys. I mean, what do you want from me, you know?
It's because you never stop talking. You know, people are your voice is so ingrained in.
Joe, now, come on now. You're just as guilty. I mean, people were amazed when you left the show because all of a sudden Phil started saying things, and they were like, "Who's this guy? Never even heard of him." Poor old Phil. Although, to be fair, you know, you've very much flourished in the time post Joe, Phil. You know, you've done great carrying the load.
Exactly. I try my best.
Mate, honestly, I think it's been great. We've only gone from kind of strength to strength in the post Joe era.
Well, the sound quality improved immediately.
Yeah, because you weren't on your phone, basically.
Immediately. Yes, that's true. Well, that was it, wasn't it? Because it wasn't worth investing in the software to do the better audio because Joe couldn't get. This was a very sad time where Joe was very, very, very poor and couldn't afford to buy like the microphone equipment, and we didn't have the money to pay for it for him. So
but it was convenient though when I had my phone because I could because I was driving a van at the time and I was doing like 60, 70 hours a week. I was knackered all the time. So when we recorded the podcast, I'd just lie on my bed or the sofa and just have the phone next to my head. And it was great. And there was times when we do like tournament reviews where Dan and Phil would just talk. And then they'd be like, "Well, what do you think, Joe?" And I'd just be asleep.
At least you didn't snore, though, eh? You know,
that's true.
That was the good thing. In a way, it would have been better, I suppose, had we had your snoring going on in the background. But it wasn't to be in that regard. But
you could have sold it as an ASMR bonus track.
Hey, there it is. The possibilities. But I mean, it was good. The early things, because I mean, Joe basically went on to go work with Stevie Box and Vanguard Tactics. He was basically given the ultimatum. He was told, "Don't do Lookout Sir anymore," which was totally reasonable, I suppose, at the time.
It was a conflict of interest. You know, a fun podcast was competing against ultra-competitive 40k boringness.
Yes.
You
know? Can't be any spillover.
That's how you really feel. Yeah.
He's just very aggressive.
Very aggressive. It's very salesy. I think that's the thing that really kind of sticks in my head about it all the time. It's like, you know, every other thing I ever see that in posting is very much like a buy my thing. Which is, I mean, at the end of the day, you've got to respect that. To be fair, Joe, that is you as well, though, to be fair, these days.
One of my greatest joys in life to annoy Liam on the channel is that I constantly describe ourselves as professional beggars. It's perfect. Yeah, it's perverts and professional beggars.
Yes.
You know, and it's great. I compare us to Covent Garden style jokers and performers that just roll around and shake cans for money.
There you go.
You know,
there you
great.
Go. Well, it's a good time. It's a good time. But so you did that for a bit, and then you're doing the Liam stuff, and now
does Liam let you have fun?
He does.
Oh, yes, that's a good step up then.
But he does remind me that he is my boss on a regular basis.
Well, he is your boss.
Privileged to be there, you know. But I spend I'd say 90% of my job is winding him up and saying things I know will wind him up and just send him on a spiral. So
good for you. Good for you. But so there we are. So Joe, if you were to regale us with any kind of particular Lookout Sir memory or particular kind of accolade that you would attribute to this weird old thing that we're doing right now, if you got anything worth saying, or are you just generally okay?
I suppose two of my favourite things was I'm not a professional goat.
God, I forgot about that. I'm not a professional goat.
Yeah, and talking that I'd essentially, for lack of better words, rape your dad.
Who's dead now, by the way.
Yes, I know. But,
So he's easy pickings now. I can bring his urn round.
That's what you were going to
But,
go with
no, it's all right.
your skin anecdote.
oh yes.
There you go. You could.
Also,
You could
one of my-
bathe in the charred remains of his skin if you wanted.
Yeah, and one of
I mean,
my.
don't do that. It would be very upsetting. But
It would
it's
be.
an
Yeah, I
option.
think all round that would not be a good
No.
time for anyone.
My mum would not be thrilled. To be
Yeah,
fair.
and one of my favourite things Phil ever said was we were asking about hobbying. What's your best hobby tip? And Phil's immediate response was keep your tools wet.
Keep your tool wet.
Yeah,
It's true.
yeah.
I stand by
It's
that.
true. He does also these days tell me about the benefits of Vaseline. He's always on about the Vaseline.
Also, Phil nearly killed me about 2 years ago by giving me COVID.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
why
And then I
did you do that?
And then I spent 3 months basically dying and being cared for my partner.
Sorry, Joe. I mean, it could have
Why
been
did you
one
go
of
and
those
give him
many
COVID?
other people, but it was most likely
It
me.
was a great Christmas gift. Yeah.
So essentially, your fond memories are. I'm not a professional goat, which I admit I loved as well, and forgot that you
Yeah.
actually said, but that was a pretty amazing statement. The time you insinuated that you would have sexual intercourse with my father, R.I.P. Love you, Dad.
Yeah.
And the fact that your rendezvous with Phil in the Christmas period of 2021 led to you being essentially,
A cripple.
yeah. What a treat.
Yeah.
There you go. Well, I'm glad that Lookout Sir has made such a positive contribution to your life, mate. There you go.
It kick-started my career, you know. That's what it did.
Kickstarted your career. God damn. There you go. I suppose in many regards, maybe it did. I don't know. I mean, you have now been associated with at least... I mean, it depends how you calculate success, right? But you've contributed to at least maybe, 4, 5 different things in the world
Well,
of
it's like-
Warhammer?
Obviously yourselves.
Obviously, ourselves,
And-
absolutely. And we're a massive success. It goes without saying.
Yeah. Obviously, I was a big contributor to the problem that is now Vanguard Tactics. I did some work with...
Some of us haven't forgiven you for that, Joe.
Yeah, I did some work with Winters, SEO.
Did you do
Oh, yeah?
winter stuff?
Yeah, I did a couple of things
Oh, you
with
went.
Winters.
You did some back raps with him, didn't you?
Yeah.
Was this before or after he wore sunglasses at that time?
This was before.
Before the sunglasses.
This was before. Yeah, I worked with Foreground and Factorum. I was a playtester for Games Workshop
Ooh.
for a period. Obviously, I'm with Liam now. Who else? I did some work with Tabletop Titans.
Ooh.
You know.
He did.
And-
He did that Drakari podcast as well, though.
Oh yes,
Real Space Raiders.
Real Space Raid with
Real Space
Dom,
Raiders.
George, and Paulie.
Yeah.
Did a couple of those, and
I'd say that's the real source of your success, Joe.
it would be, yeah.
Is
it
that
would
still
be.
going?
What was great is that did a lot of work getting all the symbols done for like all the different Archon heads.
I love the
Because we all
fact
had-
that they did that because I knew
we had-
when they were doing it for you, I was like, well, he's not going to stay more than 2 episodes. There's just
Yeah.
no way.
Yeah, so they did all the work, and it was really cool because I had my own little Archon helmet for the army I was doing at the time, which Dan's now got.
Yeah, I should have bought that iconography, really. I should
Yeah,
have-
and I had 2, and then obviously I dropped out because I was with VT at the time, and but they kept it around for a while, and then they were like, "Oh, he's not coming back." And they just got rid of me. And what else? We've got Hobby Collab. We're seeing next month, I think.
What's a hobby
coming
code?
out. Hobby Collab is Meg and Zach, who used to be on Tabletop Titans, that do an Age of Sigmar podcast and
Ooh.
YouTube channel.
Ooh.
Yeah. They do their own Age of Sigmar stuff, and we all love Age of Sigmar here, so
We do, to
Yeah.
be fair.
yeah.
So
It's
you
the
working
best
with
game.
them now, or is that just something they're doing with
That's
you?
something we're going to do with them in the future,
Ooh.
but I've been around a bit.
Been around a bit, there you go.
I met Valrak once.
Oh, yeah? Did
yeah.
you leak a bunch of information to him?
No. He basically at the time he looked at me as if to say, "Who the hell are you?" Because at the time I'd left Steve and he was doing some stuff with Steve and Winters and Liam, and I'd left, but I was still working at Factorum downstairs where his studio was. And I was like, "Hello!" And he looked at me like I was a lunatic, and then just rushed out of the building.
I mean, it does seem like you were a bit of a lunatic.
Yes.
So was that a step up or a step down from the looks you'd get at Beachhead, like you'd washed up out of the sea?
Step down.
Okay. Well, I'm glad it's been a great, successful experience for you, buddy. You know, done grand things.
Yeah. Doesn't pay great.
Joe's also won many of the. Sorry, I was going to say Joe's won many of the quizzes at the end of year quizzes. Joe's won.
He does, to be fair. He does well at the quizzes.
He won the first 2, I think it was.
I did. Yeah. And then I got the trophy, which was then stolen by Factorum.
Or lost by you, is the other way to look at it.
Lost by Factorum. The building ate it, essentially. Never
building
to be seen.
ate it.
Yeah. Basically what happened is Phil tried to kill me off, is what happened.
Yeah, that's true.
And then I spent 3 months in bed, at which point my entire workstation at Factorum had just been cleared away, / they just put loads of stuff on top.
So it's my fault, is what you're saying.
So when I went back, so when I went back, I was like, "Where's all my stuff?" Also, it's probably where Dan's 5th edition Chaos Codex probably went as well.
I bought another one of those since, John. Yeah. It's fine. I bought another one of those since.
But
it's probably where all of the other assorted things I gave you a time ago was.
What I do with that stuff, Dan, is I just put it in a catapult and just fire it in a random direction.
That's fine. That's fine. It's my fault for leaving it in your care. I've just given you a load of Tomb Kings that I've asked you to build and paint for me. So,
so what I'm gonna do though is I'll take payment after I've done the job. That's
exactly. Presuming you don't lose it all in the interim.
Say that. Well, I might get a day where I just throw it out the window.
Yeah, exactly. You know, get some use out of the old catapult again. Why not? Why not? Richie, what about you, buddy? I mean, you know, your role as the quiz master. How you found this whole glorious experiment?
I think it's been brilliant fun. I did feel a little jealous at first. I wasn't around for it when I was in America because I felt slightly disconnected. But it was nice being able to hear your guys' voices every other week when happy, because when you live in California, it's actually quite a difficult kind of time zone to keep up with everyone. So while I was very much jealous of not being part of it in the first instances, it did help stay connected with you guys.
Well, it's fair to say you were very integral to the early conversations around doing it. We talked about it for ages. Like, essentially, the 4 of us here would talk a lot when going to Warhammer World events and, you know, doing our kind of weekends away, that this is something that we were going to do. And I think it was always asserted or assumed that, you know, all 4 of us would kind of do it when we were going to get it going. It just obviously, unfortunately, ended up being the case that it kind of happened while you weren't here to contribute to it. But yeah, you know, it's cool that it, you know, kept you connected, I suppose.
Oh, you know, definitely. And it's been cool to see it evolve over time from when it was just a little kind of, when the equipment was like just whatever you had lying around to kind of record it, to the kind of semi-professional get-up you guys have got now. Like, even Phil's got a decent microphone in his shed. From back in the days, but no, it's been great to see how it's evolved. Being part of it from the quiz perspective was great. I mean, it was also a different time in the hobby as well, because I definitely remember in those early years I was like massively more into 40k. I'm more into AOS now than 40k. I would say. Personally, but back in the day when there's like every week there's like some new 40k drop. What's the new news? It was a glorious time for the hobby, and then be able to take that and then see how many of you had actually been paying attention to all the news drops each week, which was good, which was spoilers for anyone who hasn't listened. It was usually Joe who paid attention.
I just had a lot of time in my van when I was supposed to be driving. I was just absorbing Warhammer content.
Here's a lore question. Is it about Krieg?
Yeah.
No, it's not about Krieg, Phil. But I do feel you've expanded your horizons, Phil. There's stuff that isn't just about Krieg.
Well, exactly. Yeah, I collect a couple of armies now, not just one.
That has been one of the most remarkable parts of the whole experience, is seeing the evolution of Phil's kind of hobby journey, as it were, as he's expanded beyond his die-hard Kriegness to actually having 3 different armies that he's actually quite passionate about, which is interesting to see. To be fair, I would argue these days, although I imagine he doesn't necessarily want to admit to it, but I would say that of the 3 that he's playing these days, Krieg are probably his least favourite at the moment.
Possibly, although I'm quite excited to try out the new codex. I think sort of them and the Minotaurs sit equal at the bottom underneath.
Second place.
Second place to the Thunder Warriors, basically, which I'm sort of enjoying the most. Just because it's like a different play style, I think, as well.
Does it help that they... a couple of days ago received the best detachment of any army in the game?
Ooh, the best. I mean, there is a good detachment, and I've not played it yet, but it looks fun. So I'm not.
It's fun for only one person to leave the table.
That's the kind of game I like to have. Crush them.
Yeah.
We assessed it when we were talking through the Balance Dataslate, so we went through it, and intriguingly, I'll tell you what, by the way, because me and Phil need to go back and add like a bolt-on section at the end of that section, because there's a bunch of stuff we missed, because we just went off the Warcom article and was like, what have they done? But like in the Balance Dataslate this time around, like there's the Balance Dataslate, then there's the field manual, then there's the FAQs, then there's just a bunch of detachments that they just added. But if you go to the Warcom article, it doesn't spell this out for you. It just tells you what happened in the Balance Dataslate and the field manual. It doesn't actually highlight that they gave Tau a new detachment, or that they massively overhauled the way the Demons detachment works. Like,
they just kind of scattershotted information into one community post, and they're like, and you can just figure out the rest.
Without wanting to breach any kind of NDA stuff that you've got with GW, because obviously you're part of an influencer program that myself, Phil, and Richie aren't. Yeah. Do they give you like talking points or some kind of document beforehand that helps you kind of guide through this? Because obviously, from our perspective, as people who don't have that kind of communications, we found it quite difficult to navigate as we were kind of talking through it. Do they actually help you?
I don't know how much trouble I get in saying this. So what happened was,
well, don't say it if you can't.
So basically, there have been in the part there were a lot of, whenever there was an update, there would be like a Zoom call or like a group of Zoom calls where like an official from Games Workshop would sit in front of a bunch of content creators, split into groups, and be like, this is what's coming out, this is what we're going to do, and then they'd be like, do you want to ask us any questions? And the general rule is because Games Workshop don't pay us, we can say whatever we want. But there were a couple of Zoom calls in the past where it's been like, this could have been an email.
Yeah, fair.
And I've noticed since then they've tended to drop off, or less people have been invited. So before there'd be like the channel head, as it were, would go into the Zoom call, and then there'd be all of their minions would be in there as well.
Yeah.
Whereas now it's just like invite for one only kind of situations now.
But the general consensus is they gave you a bit more of a heads up on.
Yeah.
Because that was the thing, like for us when we recorded that segment, like Phil basically messaged me within like 24 hours going, oh, we missed this, and we missed this, and we missed this. And I was like, well, that's just a terrible Warcom article. Like, why is it not like...
Well, what they tend to do is they put like out one article, and then a couple of hours later they put another one, and then they put another one, and then they put another one.
Yeah.
But the issue is that in the realm of like social media, you know about this, Phil, is like where if you put too many posts out in one day, like it'll push one and then the rest kind of just get lost in the ether. So like they'll put all this information out there, but like YouTube or Facebook or Instagram will just be like, the people can see one, and if they go to your page they might find the other ones. which I think is their main problem. And sometimes they stagger out over a couple of days, so they'll put it out on the Wednesday, but you won't see a post about the detachments until Thursday, Friday.
Yeah. Anyway, well,
I get why they do it. But because it's the kind of thing we do in video games. But I just prefer getting all in one go. I just want to get all the information.
Same.
Well, if you notice that, what was it called? They do the video, wouldn't they?
Oh, they used to do the
Meta
Meta
Watch,
Watches.
The Meta Watch is gone.
Yeah, which is a shame.
After month upon month of abuse, they were like, "Hey, let's stop this. Let's not get abused on a monthly basis." But now we don't get the information that we want.
Well, we never abused Matt from the AOS team.
No, he was lovely. He's lovely, man.
Yeah. Matt's AOS Meta Watches were.
I think
top
the problem that they got with the Meta Watch is that they were putting them out so regularly. They were just talking about the latest tournament updates rather than actually, because the Balance Dataslate doesn't come that often, just do one for then to talk about the new changes and go into a bit more detail. That would be much more beneficial, but don't do it on the months when there isn't really any changes happening.
Yeah.
The thing that often... Sorry, Joe, you carry on.
I was going to say, I think their biggest issue with the Meta Watches was the fact that they were very clearly reading from a script. And they'd been told by someone, you can say this, you can say this, you can cover this, but you can't cover this, and you can't say this. And at no point are you allowed to be open and honest about your own personal feelings on the situation. So it just came across as really cold and shut off, which people didn't like.
I think what would be cool for them with these Balance Dataslate moments, though, is maybe if there was designer commentary videos or even just audio content where they just kind of talk through it, and just sort of explain the rationale behind it and give you those little insights. Because I think that helps, when you release a big old pile of patch notes, that is fine in isolation because you can read through it. But ultimately, sometimes I think not enough work is done to kind of show that designer commentary and to give that extra context behind what it is and what it was intended to do.
Yeah, like Games Workshop's biggest problem is that they are not open enough. They don't give enough information. They're like, people want to go, why have you made this decision?
Yeah.
And they go, they just shut doors, close.
You don't need to know.
I guess it does open them up to criticism because people might be like, well, I disagree. But I think most people would prefer the knowledge of what their thought process is, because that actually justifies it. And you could be like, I might not necessarily agree with it, but I understand your rationale behind it at least.
Yeah. Like the best example at the moment is Karanak, right? The demon dog, the character, for no explained reason whatsoever, removed from demons into legends. Just gone. And so are the Sinesh chariots and some other stuff. But no one cares about the Sinesh chariots because no one was buying them. Let's be honest. No one bought them since Old World up until now, and then they made them good in the Grotmus detachment.
They were very good in the Grotmus.
And then they just kind of got rid of them and they never said why. But with Karanak, he was one of the last few new plastic corn demons to be released, and they just slid him off the end of the table. And I can imagine it's because either the molds are broken and they couldn't be bothered to retool it, or he just doesn't sell because he's always come in a box set of some kind. He was in the last Combat Patrol. So if you're a corn demon player, you probably already own him. So no one's buying him. But Games Workshop don't just turn around and go, oh yeah, we got rid of him because no one buys him.
Yeah.
If you bought him, you would have stayed.
I think the problem is, though, I suppose, is if they were to turn around and say, we got rid of him because you didn't buy him, it feels very kind of... And obviously, at the end of the day, they're a business. This is all very transactional anyway, but it feels... it kind of isn't what you want to be saying, isn't it? But I think... Because I think this is obviously coming now with, because we've seen it with Emperor's Children, right? So, the Emperor's Children book is all but out, and what we've known from what people are saying about it is that, various demon units have been removed from it, and it's very generic in terms of what's in there. So now all the demon, or rather the chaos players, are starting to speculate what's going to leave Nurgle, what's going to leave Khorne, etc., etc. And maybe things like Karanak. Maybe he just needs to be an Age of Sigmar mini from here on in, and that's what they're doing, you know?
I do like the idea that Age of Sigmar has a more expansive range of demons. Because like the realms of chaos are separated by God, and they're a lot bigger. There's a lot more going on. It's like the two big. Are they like the twins, the Sinesh twins?
Yeah. I forget their names, but I know what you mean.
I like the fact that they are very much locked into Age of Sigmar.
Yes,
because that's where they were born, and that's where they kind of stay.
Even though you can use them to represent keepers pretty easily,
but they're a little bit smaller.
Yeah, but they're on the same size bases, and they're sort of the same sort of height once you take into account.
They're
their
not on the same
wingspan.
size base. They're on ovals.
Not?
They're on ovals.
They're slightly,
on a circle.
Oh yes, God, they are, aren't they?
Yeah.
All right, well there you go. I hold my hands
I think
up.
that was done very much on purpose because they're also cheaper than a Keeper Secrets to buy.
Scandalous.
Yeah.
Scandalous. But there we go.
Yeah.
Well, anyway. Phil, how have you found 200 episodes of Lookout, Sir? You enjoying it still?
Yeah.
You ready to quit?
Whenever those 5-star reviews run out, that is when we end the show. We've said that from not quite day one, but since day one probably of the 5 stars at least.
Do you think even under that set of circumstances you'd be ready to hang it up though? You know, is it would that genuinely be you done?
No, I'd happily do a couple more episodes to beg for 5-star reviews. Or we just finally get done with the 5-star review segment and save that time.
Yeah.
That's fair.
If you ever moved house, Phil, would you rebuild your shed in the house if you didn't have like a garden? Just to keep
interestingly, this is probably the last episode in this shed because I'm knocking it down and getting a log cabin, which I will still refer to as a shed because it's just bigger, basically.
Yeah.
Are we going to maybe break down the shed into kind of memorial plaques, and we can
give them to the Patreons or something? Yeah, that would. Who wants a piece with their name on?
The shed. Yeah, exactly. A piece of the shed. There it is.
Is your garden big enough to put a log cabin in?
Yeah, the sort of.
Or is it just going to take up the entire?
A lot of it, yeah. Well, the top bit that still has grass on, yeah, that will be going basically to become a workshop space, a shed.
His garden is going to be one half shed. Is now basically what it's become.
And what's going to happen to all of those unopened Krieg boxes that are behind you? That log shed?
They're just going to be in the house somewhere. I don't know. That's going to be a bit of a mess for the duration of the build.
He's got a grand plan, though, Joe. He's going to get himself an actual gaming table in there as well.
Really?
Yeah, I've mapped it out. In theory, I should be able to fit a 6x4 in there. Okay. I haven't factored in that there's probably going to be some like weird trim around it, so it's actually bigger than 6x4. But I should have enough room to squeeze around it, so that would be quite good.
He's thought about it like people when they put like snooker tables into rooms. He's thought about the fact that he can fit it in, whether or not you can actually play anything around it.
Yeah, I mean, worse.
Do you remember when we?
Go on.
I was going to say, when me and Dan went up to Sheffield for one of like Mikey's Hellstorm event.
Oh yeah.
In the back of the Airbnb we were in, there was a room with a pool table in it.
Yes.
But there wasn't enough room to put your arms out. You know? So the pool cues were like pencils.
Yeah,
it was mental.
Yeah, it was brilliant. It was literally like, they put this, it's exactly that. That's basically what Phil's going for.
Basically.
He's gonna, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Still though, mate, it's gonna be great to see it when it's all done. But I think that's the thing. You got to give people the opportunity to own a piece of the shed.
Yeah, that sounds good.
I'd buy a piece of the shed.
I'd have
Richie
a bit.
would buy a piece of the shed.
I'll buy a piece of the shed. I'll use it as firewood.
Oh,
I'll use it to warm the hearth.
Can I use
when
it
listening...
to make a frame?
Probably. There's enough of it going round.
A frame for a piece of Lookout Sir art.
Actually, could I use it to make a dice tray?
You could
What's
do.
he got here?
This. Dan drew this for me. This is a piece of my...
Oh yeah,
many years ago. I'll shine some light on it. Ooh.
Well, yeah,
So
that was it.
Dan drew that for me.
I can
Well, I
see
didn't
me.
draw it for you specifically, but I gave it to you as a going away.
You gave it to me, yeah, and that was the concept for Lookout Sir tee or poster.
Yeah, that was what that was. Yeah,
April 2020.
Yeah, God,
And it
April
hasn't
2020.
become anything
Yeah.
since.
No. Well,
Yeah.
it's become Joe's property.
Yeah,
I quite liked how I drew.
drew me with new codex.
Yes, new codex. It was always
Yeah.
the joy on his face as he was reading new codex. Look, there's Richie there flinging some
Yeah.
cubes.
You really caught my receding hairline as well. That's,
Well, yeah. To be fair, mate, I'm surprised. I mean, that was 5 years ago. It still held on.
I know. I love it. I found it a couple of years ago, and it's been sat on my desk ever since.
What, your hair?
I should, not my hair. No, the picture. I need to get it framed. Really.
There you go, with a piece
did-
of lumber taken from Phil's shed.
Yeah, that's what I'll do. That's what I'll do with Phil's shed.
That's it.
Yeah.
I need to donate the. The image I did from Tim's stag weekend to Tim at some point. Really, I was intending on framing that to give it to him at his wedding, but I just didn't get around to it, and I didn't think it would be a particularly great wedding gift for him and his missus cumulatively. But yeah, I'll surprise him with it at some point in the future. There you go.
Yeah.
Eventually, one day, you'll all get a Dan original, whether you want it or not. But yeah, so no, Phil, happy with it. You good?
Yeah, it's been a good experience. It meant that we've all kept in touch and been firm friends for longer than we probably would have.
That's true. We would have definitely dropped off by now.
But no, it's all been good. Yeah, it's been great. It's been really enjoyable when we have interacted with the fans. That's definitely been like one of my fondest appreciations of being on the show. Like when the last Warhammer Fest, where we actually got to speak to people. That was great. Got to,
it was really
especially
lovely.
since a lot of them were like dads and their kids. That was really nice and quite touching. So yeah, there's always been like really positive experiences out of it, and it's been great. And obviously another 200 more to go.
Maybe, who knows? I mean, it depends whether or not we feel like we're going to be alive for another 6 years it's taken us to get to this point. So
exactly. And we did cram the episodes in when we did COVID as well, because we did them weekly.
That's true.
Then.
Yeah.
We did make some meaningful progress over COVID. I will say, I mean, my experience of meeting fans of Lookout Sir has always been positive. I've never, as of yet, encountered a Lookout Sir listener that I couldn't get on with. I've met some of Joe's fans once with Joe. That was a freakier experience.
They're weird. They're weird creatures. They are.
To be fair, the ones that we were out with at Beachhead were all lovely. Those guys were great.
There's a lot of normal ones that are like, they don't care. All they can think about events is just going out, drinking, having fun, and just being loud and obnoxious. But I have experienced some odd ducks in the time. There's my favourite one was at an event. I won't name which.
Yeah, we won't name the event.
But we were at an event. I was waiting for Dan to pick up the army for best painted, and one of the fans was just talking to me, and the venue was being closed around us. It was closed. They had to let us out, and he just stayed with us. And then he followed us to your car, Dan. He was like, my car's in the garage where it was parked. And the further we walked down, because we were quite deep in the garage, the further we walked down, the less and less I was convinced that he owned a car.
Yes.
And then me and Dan were putting our stuff in the car. He just kind of stood there with those shifty eyes, like looking at the passenger door. I was like, you're not coming with us.
No, but that was the thing. It sort of felt like that's what he thought was going to happen. Like, we were just going to be like, oh, yeah, just get in, mate. Come on with us. Don't worry. It was like, it was like we just got to it and we were like, all right, bye.
You just left the fan in the middle of a car park.
Yeah.
I mean, we didn't put him there. he
was a grown man.
It sounds like he followed you in good faith that you're going to take him somewhere.
But that was not agreed.
Yeah,
and he had that conversation with us.
He'd had that conversation that he was walking to his car. It was in the same place.
Yes.
Yeah,
it was heavily implied that he had his own vehicle there waiting for him.
Yeah, it was a scary time.
Yeah. Well, fortunately for both of us, there were the two of us there, and even in our diminished condition, we were at least. We could have at least sat on him, I suppose, worst case scenario.
Protected ourselves somehow.
Yes, it did.
Yeah.
Although, Joe, if it all started to get a bit leery, I would have just thrown you at him. And
you would have left me for dead. Exactly. I would have expected it no other way, to be honest.
I don't need to outrun him. I just need to outrun you.
What's that from?
Oh, God. It's from various things, isn't it?
It's from some kind of animation, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I think it's just a famous line, isn't it? Where it's like, he gets his running shoes on and the rest of it. I don't need to outrun them. I just need to outrun you. But, all the times I've met fans of Lookout Sir so far, they've all been great. I met a bunch at Beachhead, which was super lovely, including the one that ghosted Joe or didn't seem impressed by his appearance or arrival. Much to Joe's frustration, because he is quite a diva these days. He's like, "Don't you know who I am?"
Yeah, they don't know how to push them over.
Exactly. He's there going, "I'm going to go to my car now," sort of wiggling his bum in their general direction. But no, look, 200 episodes of Lookout Sir has been great from my perspective. I think I've always been very public about why I wanted to do Lookout Sir. I think it was first and foremost because I felt like we had interesting opinions and perspectives on the hobby, and I was so invested in 40k at the time. 8th edition was super exciting, and it just felt like things were really great, and it seemed like a really good opportunity to do it. And I genuinely believed back in 2021 when we started this, or not 21, sorry, God, we've been going longer than that. 2018 when we started.
Yeah, we were doing it in 7th edition, weren't we?
No, we started 8th. We started very early on 8th. I think 8th had been around less than a year when we started.
Really?
Yeah, we didn't do 7th.
I swear we were doing it in 7th edition because we all went to Warhammer.
Yeah, 2017
was it Games
Warhammer
Day?
Fest. Yeah.
Warhammer Fest.
Yeah.
And that was the last. That was the last tournament of 7th because I remember you guys were playing 7th and I was playing Horus Heresy.
Yes. Yeah. We did that one, and that was one of the very early catalysts for wanting to start doing the podcast, but it wasn't kind of right at the time.
Okay.
And then, because I was dealing with a lot of, truth be told, on my side of things, I was dealing with a lot of, depression stuff because I guess I was in my, early 30s going into mid-30s and dealing with all of the kind of anguish and frustration that life gives you as you transition into that particular period.
It's a horrible time.
Oh, God, it's the worst. I mean, I can tell you now, mate, being in my 40s, it's like a breath of fresh air. It's like
really?
the world oh, my God, I'm loving it. This is, I feel quite secure in myself in all things. It's quite odd in many respects. But anyway, so... helped me out a lot with the depression-y stuff, but really, ultimately, I was chatting to you guys all the time. Like I when I was driving to work in the morning, I'd be either talking to Phil or Joe. Occasionally, when timelines aligned, and it, and he was about me chatting to Richie about this stuff.
Oh yeah, because timelines aligned and no one else picked up.
No. Well, mate, I wasn't going to call you at 8 a.m.
I want to know the order. The order, Dan. Who did you phone first?
Well, on the drives into work at 8 a.m. when Richie was very much asleep, it would usually go yourself or Phil, depending on the day.
Because I'd probably be on the road as well, I suppose.
Oh yeah, you were always bloody on the road. You were so easy to get hold of back then. You were literally. It's like, Dad, I'm driving for hours. I need to talk, otherwise I'm going to kill someone.
There were times when I'd phone you. I'm like, I need you to keep me awake for at least the next hour and a half. Of course, I will crash and die.
Yeah. So anyway, so that was kind of the motivation behind it, really. It was just like we were having these chats all the time, so just seemed natural just to record them because they seemed quite entertaining to us, so why not try and see how other people took to them. And 200 episodes later, I mean, it means a lot to me, this podcast. When I meet listeners, it's great, but genuinely, it's just nice to just kind of connect with, Phil on the regular and get that chance to just kind of digest this stuff. And even though I would say right now with 10th edition, I haven't been as enamored with it as I have been other editions, and I have actually found it more difficult to keep on top of everything. Like, the game feels very different these days, and even though I play it a lot by some standards, I definitely don't play it as much as I did other editions. And, what's good and why sort of eludes me a bit sometimes. Like being like understanding what it truly is to build like a competitive, strong army in this game is a lot more difficult than it was in prior editions. But I still love it. I still enjoy doing it. And I genuinely think that the podcast has been really great for me. And yeah, if not just because it's meant that I've, maintained really great connections with you guys, but also just, everything else. So it's been great. Loved it. I hope to be able to do 200 more episodes. I doubt we'll do it, but then I doubted we'd get past episode 1. So, it's been pretty mad that we've got to this point, to be fair. So I'm pretty thrilled with how it's gone.
Can I give a suggestion for your end of podcast music?
Oh yeah,
Dan.
Please.
There's a great episode of Teen Titans Go.
Oh yeah.
Where after 200 episodes, the writers run out of ideas. The Teen Titans have to go back into the real universe to convince the writers to make more stuff.
Yeah.
And there's a 200 episode song in it, which you have to do.
I'll check it out. I'll get it done.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to suggest the superhero movie song from the.
Oh, also it's a shame how much I listen to and use Teen Titan Go references on a daily basis.
I don't think so at all, mate. I think you should continue doing so. But yeah, make my sweet and ominous catchphrase. But yeah, there we go. I don't know really what else to say other than, that was us prattling on about different topics while sort of loosely trying to run it back into the topic of Lookout Sir. Yeah, honestly, really appreciate everyone listening and thanks very much. It's been a really cool thing to do and we're glad you enjoy it. I will hand over to each of my friends here to, give their final thoughts. So, Rich, why don't we start with you, mate? What is your closing statement here today?
My closing statement here is that this has been an amazing podcast. It's great to just hear you guys what you've been adding to the community. I know I always meet people who listen to your podcast and I love that it exists. It means so much to so many people. If I had to leave with one word, it would be jobber.
Which works on so many levels because it's not even technically one word, but in a way, it can be whatever you want it to be.
No, it's one word.
Yeah, fair. Phil, how about you?
Well, obviously, it's been a lovely time doing the show and also hanging out with everyone again. It's nice just to have a little catch up with Joe during the course of this evening because we very rarely get to see each other.
The biggest shame, really, is that I'm at home all the time, Phil, and I could just call you.
See,
you're always at home.
I too am always at home. Yeah, so we could, rather than when you're out in doing your van journeys that you used to do, you can just give me a little call, and I will no doubt answer.
I will do. What I need to do is because you're much more of a builder, crafter, doer than I am. I just convert all the time. I should just phone you for help and advice.
Sure.
And not just on models, like on life.
I could do that. Yeah, like an agony aunt sort of section. I can.
Like the bulb's gone on my hob. How do I swap it out?
Yeah, I'm sure I know.
Yeah.
Or he would painstakingly take, many hours to perfect the craft. That's always the way with Phil.
Talking of, did you ever get your Marauder Bomber video out?
Yeah, that's been out for years. It's been out for years.
Did you finish it though? I remember you continuously building now, and all these videos, like one every couple of months, would come out.
No, that got done.
But did you ever finish
that
it?
series got done.
I could hear tapping in the background. Dan's gone to look.
Yeah, no, I've totally gone to look. I think he's talking.
I held off on bringing this up because that was my Marauder Bomber.
Yeah.
And I was under the impression that I wasn't sure if you'd actually finished all the videos either.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
It felt like it was forever.
I had done.
There it is, 6 episodes painting the bomber.
There was an extra thing I recorded using it, which was talking about different types of filling methods, like using different filler that I was going to do, like whether discussing green stuff, Tamiya putty, and I think maybe just super glue. I can't remember. So I sort of did that, and I never did anything with it because I didn't think it was quite finished.
I need to watch those videos, Phil, because I've got 3 of them filled and painted.
Well, that it will be.
Marauder bombers.
That's a lot.
I've got 3 more Marauder bombers. 3.
You don't want to be using Phil's techniques, dear God.
3 Marauder destroyers. I've got 3 Thunderbolts, 3 Lightnings.
Are they back in the meta, Joe?
Well, no, basically, one of the people...
Joe, your audio has gone weird somehow. What have you done?
You've
that's
gone weird.
better.
Oh, there you go.
There we
You're
go.
better now.
My mic had disappeared into my beard.
Yes.
So I was animatedly talking. So basically, we're as part of my thing is like we're opening a store. Liam's opening some store with some other investors, and one of them is a fully fledged madman. In the sense that like he's like, we want to have sexy tables like Warhammer World, and we just want to be better than them. So when all the planes went last chance to buy in Forge World, he just bought 3 of everyone.
Amazing.
Because he was like, we're going to build an airfield, and we're going to get some hangars, and there's going to be like a 12-foot long by 4-foot table. We could have a battle on an airfield. And I was like, are you not concerned about having literal thousands and thousands of pounds of resin on a table that anyone could just take? He'd be like, it'll be fine.
Pin them down.
Especially in such
so they can't move.
Especially in such close proximity to where it is that your shop's going to be.
Yeah, it's Empress Road in Southampton, which is the red. It's basically the red light district, really,
Of Southampton. There you go.
Yeah. So if you want a good time after we close, it's not expensive from what I've heard.
From what I've heard from reliable sources.
Yeah.
Richie, you'll be happy to hear as well on these painting videos of Phil's. It is the version of the paint job where he's painted the Aquila. So there you go.
Ah, there you go.
Not the original.
Not the original
paint
where
job.
it didn't.
No. I still remember that was my favourite memory of when Phil lovingly presented you with your Marauder bomber, and your first piece of feedback was this: I gave you quite a lot of money for this, Phil. Could you not have painted the bloody Aquila?
In my defence, it was quite a lot of money.
Sorry, Joe, what was that?
It's nice to know that Richie is as much of a critic as you are.
Wow,
I mean, I didn't want to bring up the story, but if I because it was for an event we wanted it painted up for, because it would be a laugh. Yeah. I remember Phil may or may not have put it off to the last minute to paint. I'm not going to say one way or the other whether it was, but I remember it was the week before the event, and you said, "I'm not going to be able to get it done for you, Rich." You sent me a text that said, "I'm not going to be able to get it done for you because my airbrush is broken."
Oh yeah, that was true.
Sorry, I can't do it. And then you woke up to me having ordered it on next day delivery.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah.
From America. Yeah.
That compressor has since broken, though, hasn't it?
Yeah, that one lasted a while. It broke a couple of weeks, broke a few months ago where I got a hole in the compressor tank. So it's now replaced with a...
What were you doing to that compressor?
How did you get a hole in the compressor tank?
Basically, it just rusted because I probably wasn't draining the bottom bit, which you don't often even know it exists. There's a tiny little hole at the bottom.
To be honest, Phil, my first compressor died a couple of months ago after owning it for like 3 years, and it was like a tiny little travel compressor that I was given, and by then it was already like 4 years old.
Wow.
It's one of those, when I picked it up, it rattled, and it was awful. But now I have a proper one with like a valve on it where you can change the pressure levels, and I was like, what is this insane technology? How have we got this far? But it's
magical time.
That's handy.
Right, well, look, there we go. That's episode. Well, that's not episode 200 yet because we've still got an outro and things to do. But that's us talking about 200 episodes of Lookout Sir. What was your favourite? God, I hate myself for even saying it. But say some comments. It'll be lovely.
Helps the algorithm.
Helps the algorithm, absolutely. But all right, great. Cheers, everyone. You've been awesome, and that was that. Transitional noise. You
didn't ask me about my thoughts and feelings and emotional outro.
Oh, sorry, Joe. Tell us.
Fine. No, don't worry.
Do it. We're still recording. Go.
Well, I hadn't prepared anything really.
Well, no, exactly. Clearly, I sort of knew.
But no, it's been wonderful. It kickstarted my career, and I'm super glad you guys are still going and you still invite me occasionally. I did offer
we invite
to
you more than occasionally. You just only turn up occasionally.
But the thing is, though, now I can't. I have the technology. I've joined the future, So I can do it more, and it's been great. The only downside is now you've gone to a visual medium. I can't do it in my pants. Yeah.
Well, you also regularly, are involved in the visual medium. We don't have to do it visually. If that's the main, concern, we can.
No, because I have to sit in a leather chair now. I can't do it in my pants.
No,
it's too sticky.
Get all stuck to it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I do remember that one time where you were describing the whole situation of when you were in like a very sweaty office dealing with the whole situation back when you were at Triple Helix.
Yeah. It was a
very aggressively warm summer, I remember.
Yeah, it was awful. It just smelled of meat and cheese all the time.
And that was just you.
Yeah.
But no, mate, thank you for saying so. And, in many respects, I'm glad that it's helped you kind of find some success. I mean, not everyone has the privilege of getting to turn their hobby into a profession. Yeah. And, in a way, I imagine you kind of wish you hadn't in some regards. But
some days, I would quite gladly go and work in the local spa. But but no, it is a privileged situation I'm in and how I exist. But it's basically through a series of trial and error, spending time with different people in different rooms for periods of time. And then people go, I like you, let's do this more.
Yeah.
And it's been great, but obviously it wouldn't have started, really, if I hadn't done Lookout Sir. You know? There you go.
Well, there you are. We'll hope that one day we can achieve similar success ourselves. Although, I'm genuinely pretty happy with where we're at these days. I think, it's great. FeedSpot always seems to say we're doing great, which is lovely, isn't it? We're number 3 in all hobbies, by the way, on FeedSpot.
Have you ever beat Critical Role?
We once, back in the day, on an iTunes chart, specifically in Ireland, beat Critical Role. Yeah.
And my favourite one at the time when we used to look at the analytics was Dungeons and Daddies.
Oh,
which
yes.
is possibly my favourite name for any podcast ever. Are they still going? Do you ever see them pop up?
Well, unfortunately, as is much to my dismay, Chartable, which was my regular kind of experience for doing all the kind of reviewing of performances and stuff, has gone away. So I've no idea anymore. I've no idea how you find out, other than our good friends over at FeedSpot that keep giving us probably undue praise.
And I do like the idea that although we weren't the first, like Lookout Sir was really a forerunner for a lot of 40k podcasts. Like since we started it and I left and you guys have carried on going, like there was a period of time a couple of years after where everyone and their dog had a Warhammer podcast, and it still happens, and then they kind of fade out, and then a new one, a couple more pop up, and then they kind of fade away again. But you guys have maintained consistently all the way through.
There are definitely a lot of people that have come along and eaten our lunch, as we like to say, which is great though, because ultimately, I look, it would be very arrogant and very kind of incorrect to assert that every one of the newer waves of podcasters within Warhammer 40,000 or Warhammer in general have been inspired by us. But I know for a fact that we have inspired a lot of them. Because it is weird to say, because I don't think anyone really, or I know no one was doing anything like this before we did. Like, no one was doing just a general hobby interests, more general kind of mates talking about Warhammer podcast. It was all super competitive back in the day. It was all you could get, or it was really heavy lore focus. So it was like, this is really lore orientated, or it's really heavy competitive focus. So just a bunch of mates chatting about the hobby they enjoy didn't happen before. Yeah. But now it does all the time. And,
but I think one of the other main things is it's quite clear that we and you two, especially because you do it now, are friends. So when you look at other podcasts do stuff, right, it either feels incredibly scripted, like they have, here are the bullet points we must talk about, and it's like, you go, I go, you go, I go. We have to both specifically make a point about this one thing, or it's not scripted, but they're very awkward, right? Whereas Lookout Sir has always been a group of mates just just talking shit, just going through it and just having fun together. Lovely.
Well, indeed. And that is the thing, though, with it. I think you're right to say it, and I think as well. A lot of people also do struggle to find roles within it as well. Like I found sometimes that you end up with pods where a lot of different personalities are clashing as they're trying to achieve a certain level of like dominion, as it were. Like, who it's weird, in a way. Yeah, me and Phil work quite well because we sort of naturally fall into different roles, and we have very different opinions a lot of the time, while still kind of sharing very similar views in other areas. And I don't know, it all just sort of works, really. He's a good dance partner as old Phil. I don't think, I genuinely, without wanting to sound horrible, Joe, I think if Phil had left, I think this would have fallen apart.
It would have fallen apart horribly.
Joe wouldn't have shown up.
It would have.
Yeah, well, I did.
I would have committed solidly for a while, and then, as I tend to do, become horribly unreliable for a period of time, which is something that I've been learning to deal with, but I probably never will.
I don't think you're unreliable at all, Joe.
No.
No, I mean, here's the thing, right? I love Joe like a brother. He's one of my dearest friends. I have nothing but time for him, but he is also useless. So...
The problem is,
I remember that time we were in the 40k doubles, Joe. Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah.
No, sorry, you won't remember because you weren't there.
Yeah. You got that little pop vinyl of the Dark Angel.
I did.
Mate. But
now... money for that ticket, Rich.
Probably.
Don't throw me in that dirt. The interest alone will kill me.
Well, exactly.
But I want to do more, and I've been very busy over the last few years. I always overcommit to everything all the time, which is a nightmare. And I'm always like, I'll do this, and I'll do this, and I'll do this, and I've also got kids and stuff. And then I'm like, and then I say I'll do something, like I said I'd do tonight, and then I do what I always do, immediately forget about it.
Yeah.
And then I was eating dinner, and then Dan was like, 8 or 9 o'clock tonight, and I was like, oh no.
Well, there you go.
But yeah, I will do more in the future. Okay.
Maybe because I just recently commissioned you to paint some skeletons, you were feeling a little bit more generous towards me today.
Yes.
You're like, oh well, I'm about to send him the bill for this skeleton job. I better show up.
Get that faith in early doors.
Well, that's it. Until the catapult comes out.
Yeah.
Right, anyway, there we go. That's that. Thanks so much, everyone. It's been great. Transitional noise. La 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 la. You know the deal.
Hi, guys. Well done on getting to 200 episodes of the great Lookout Sir 40k podcast. I started listening during lockdown, probably like a lot of people, got really reinvigorated back into the hobby. Usually listen whilst painting, sometimes when I was out driving as well. And I've always loved the honest chat and banter and the healthy dose of cynicism as well. And yeah, I've been listening a long time. Remember the days when Joe was a regular podcast guest, but I still love hearing Dan and Phil's chats about how the game has changed. And we even get a mention of Age of Sigmar nowadays, which is nice as well. I think the real surprise for me personally was when Dan messaged our friendly local gaming club, and now he's a regular attendee. Even go as far as to say, we've become friends as well, which is totally awesome. So yeah, congratulations again on 200 episodes. Keep going. Here's to the next 200, and keep up the great work.
It's outro time. Ooh, lovely. End of episode 200. But you know better than that. We're going to have ourselves a natter, incorporating, indeed, feedback, thoughts and feelings, questions even, from you, the dear listener. So we're going to essentially enter into a Q&A, but also outro. But Phil, episode 200, what did you reckon, mate? You pretty happy with all of that?
Yeah, I think it was pretty good. Nice to sort of reminisce, catch up with some friends like Joe that we haven't seen for a while. So that was pretty good. And obviously we did the Balance Dataslate, which was a really interesting chat as well.
Yeah, I mean, the Balance Dataslate definitely is... anyway, we talked about this earlier, but it definitely felt like a less monumental Balance Dataslate. I think Games Workshop just really needs to do a better job of communicating what's in it, or rather sort of consolidating all the bits, because it's very confusing. But we've kind of talked about that a bunch as well throughout. But yeah, it didn't feel like a monumental shift, but obviously the stuff that is really good is really good. We definitely underbaked how powerful that Custodians detachment was in our assessment of it, when we were just kind of reading it off the hoof. It's a bit nutty.
I think, so far Joe, who's managed to get a game in with it, or game against it, and he says it was very good. But that's just one person. I mean, I don't know.
I've had it said and seen by at least 6 different people now.
Brilliant. I'm looking forward to playing it. And here's the thing. It doesn't really bother me. To be honest, I don't think.
Well, of course not. You're running them.
Well, no, but what I mean is, I don't think it would bother me if it wasn't that powerful. I'd rather just what I like about it. I've got to get my words out. What I like about it is it just allows me to run a pure Custodes faction with some very thematic elements to it, without feeling like, I need dreadnoughts or I need sisters in there to actually make the detachment viable. So it's
like a Citadel army in the sense that Citadel, the range of miniatures, you know.
Yes. But pure Custodes Citadel without the need for sisters, which are also Citadel, I guess.
Well, yeah, true, but no Forge World units required necessarily.
No, yeah, exactly. So I like that element about it. If it's good and better, or as good as the what was it? I can't even remember the name of the normal one.
Oh, no, the normal
just the
one.
Standard one. Hold on.
Yeah, the normal one. Doesn't matter. The Emperor's tips.
I mean, possibly.
Yes, possibly. Whatever that one was. The one that everyone had to take before because it was the only good option.
Oh, just Shield Host. I'm pretty sure that's it. Yeah, Shield Host. Yeah, Talons. This is Lions of the Emperor's, the new one. That's it.
There we go.
Yeah, Shield Host is the classic one, which has been okay, but not that great. If this has just a marked bump, that is great because I feel like it needs it. Doesn't necessarily. Yeah, I guess I have to play it and find out, basically.
Mm-hmm. Well, there we go. So, I think overall, not a bad little addition to the old Lookouts bits and pieces, or the Pantheon, I suppose, as I could call it. I mean, I've been, I suppose, before we get into it, just general sort of updates. I've been playing a lot more 40k the last couple of weeks, which has been really fun. Me and Phil are going up to Warhammer World in April to do a double, so I just wanted to make sure that I got a few more reps in. There's a potential that Phil's coming around this weekend, but I will remain to see how that goes. But there is an aspiration, so maybe we'll have a chance to play some games together this weekend, but we will see. But we're definitely going to be up in Nottingham in a few weeks' time, playing in a doubles, which is going to be super cool. Very excited for that. Otherwise all pretty groovy. How about you, Phil? You all right? You finished your commission?
Oh, yes. So I was doing the Hellhound weapon upgrades on a commission for someone. So basically the Chem and Melter turret weapons for the old Forge World Hellhound, which you can't get anymore, I don't believe. I think that's been discontinued for a while. Interesting backstory. I made my own and converted them ages ago, but I used Games Workshop parts, but people really loved it, and I had a video over it on my YouTube channel, Beyond the Tabletop, if anyone wanted to check it out. And loads of people had asked me about it in the past, and I said, well, I can't make them. But someone wanted me to commission them, so I've just sort of rebuilt some of them using my own style, and they're all completely scratch built. So I've made them for that person. They're not quite ready for the shop yet. I've got to make some like the final like production mold, which will allow me to cast up a bunch in one go. So I'm sort of been working on that this week, along with redoing some other molds for the shop as well that have worn out. And slowly mentally preparing myself for dismantling the sheds before the new one will arrive in probably 3 or so weeks. So, we might be able to squeeze one more episode of the podcast before this one goes. I'm not sure. But I haven't had any time for hobbying is the main summary from that winding story.
There you go. Busy boy. Shed expansions and other, business dealings. You're a busy boy.
Basically, yeah.
All right, mate. Well, there we go. Got a bit of the old small talk, regular patter out of the way. Why don't we dive into what some people on the internet had to ask or say, and see where this takes us.
Sure. So we go to the patrons first because we love them the most.
We do love them the most.
They are the first child out of the many that we have. So the first comment is from Safe His Hands. He says, I got back into the hobby 3 years ago after a sports injury. And of all the podcasts I started to listen to as I tried to get back up to speed, this one stood out as the most honest, knowledgeable, fun, interesting and engaging. I still save the Lookout Sir podcast for my hobby time. Thank you to Dan and Phil for everything you do.
Well, that's very kind, isn't it? I mean, it's always an interesting thing when people... Again, it's always a strange thing for me because I suppose I take for granted our perspective on things. And again, it's sort of that weird thing, isn't it? Because like you and I have spent so much time in the hobby and engaged with it. So you take a lot of it for granted, things that you just remember and know, etc., etc. But it's really nice to hear because in everything you have said, it's everything we aspire to be, or certainly everything I aspire to be. I want to be, or at least to, come across knowledgeable and authentic and generally kind of,
as opposed to making it up as we go along.
Absolutely, right? Absolutely. I think, we definitely could have done better over time when it comes to kind of maybe doing some kind of production meeting or figuring out kind of some of the formats a bit better. But,
or reading the codexes before we review them, Dan.
Well, yeah, that is always an option as well. Although, again, I think it works because I think, ultimately you're getting that kind of first hot take.
Yeah.
But it does also mean that, stuff that the internet has maybe, come together and collectively agreed upon, we're maybe out of the loop on, and then sometimes there are instances where people who have the collective mind power of the internet look at us and go, oh silly fools, why didn't you pick up on this very obscure set of rules that everyone on the internet's talking about because of shared knowledge?
I think it is quite interesting sometimes when we are flipping back and forth to be like, well, surely it does this because of this army rule, but then we've obviously forgotten something else that was in the codex, whether that was on a data sheet or in an army rule, saying you either can't do something or it works in a different way. And I think a lot of people, if they're just reading it on their own, would potentially have that same similar problem that we have, where it just sometimes it's not very well written, or sometimes it's just an obscure thing that changes how something fundamentally works, or maybe we're just stupid and we missed a line somewhere here and there. So it's easily done.
Yeah, it's a combination of both. But cheers very much for the comment. Glad you're enjoying the hobby. Glad you're enjoying the podcast. Hopefully you are significantly better than you were when you had your sporting accident and are able to, enjoy that as well also. But, thanks for being a patron and thanks for the comment. What's next, buddy?
We have Pretzel. He says, oops, I put a question on Facebook posts. Congratulations, though, guys. So we'll get to his when we get to the Facebook ones, because I posted the Patreon one a bit later than the others. So we can quickly move on. The next one is Richard's, surname withheld, as we like to do. Hi, fellas. I wanted to say that Phil and Dan have helped me rediscover my love for the hobby. On day one of lockdown, after weeks of scrolling through the Games Workshop website Cyber Window Shopping, I discovered Lookout Sir. I was hooked and I bought my first minis for 14 years. I now have 2,000 points of Necrons and making progress on recreating the old world Dwarven Mountain Holds army as I had as a kid. That's very cool. The more I listen, the more I want to get playing on the tabletop. You can be very proud of what you're doing in creating a community and bringing people into an outlet that will bring so much benefit. I wanted to say a massive thank you. I have a public-facing role that, so rediscovering a hobby that lets me chill, be creative, and enjoy a world away from reality has been life-changing. You have both helped in that journey. Congratulations on getting to episode 200. And if you are ever in the Manchester, I owe you at least 1 pint. Rich.
Well, there you go. Fabulous.
You like the Manchester.
I do. I'm often in Manchester, to be fair. I'm actually going to be up there June time. So there you go. Maybe it's a possibility. But no, I mean, that's awesome to hear. Do you remember there was that ridiculous, what's that geezer on YouTube called? I never really watched his stuff, but he's got a reputation. He did like a video on coffee once. He called out, oh God, what's the name of Superman now? Why am I forgetting all the names? He did like
Cavill?
Yeah, he called out Cavill once. He was like, we come from the same place. You should come and collab with me.
Midwinter Minis.
That was it. And he did that video once, didn't he? Where he kind of arrogantly asserted that he'd sold loads of money's worth of stuff for Games Workshop. Do you remember that?
It was a bit cringe, yes.
It was ridiculously cringe. I mean, look, at the end of the day, I've quite enjoyed some of his content over the years, but that was one of those ones where I was like, oh, dude, come on now. Get over yourself. But anyway, what I'm saying is, Phil, is there's some commission there. I'm starting to get on board with his way of thinking. We've sold that geezer 2,000 points worth of Necrons and a lot of dwarves. Where's my commission, Games Workshop?
I mean, we still can't even just get a free codex off them. And,
I know. Exactly.
They're so tight.
Midwinter Minis was so big time in them. He turned down the freebies and then asked for a revenue share. This is where I need. But no, anyway, genuinely though, it's awesome to hear. And again, we obviously did quite well, and it's a very, very. I'm always very cognizant of this statement being, sensitive to the kind of broader significance of it, because obviously a lot of very bad things happened during COVID, but fortuitously, we are the survivors and we get to, I suppose, look at the positive aspect of it. And, for this podcast, we definitely did see, much as Games Workshop themselves saw a resurgence and rise in popularity. Obviously, it did bring in a lot of listeners for us. And it's great to hear that you've really enjoyed it. And obviously, thank you very much for supporting it. Best of luck with your public-facing role. It sounds awfully serious. So I hope we help you deal with that as however we may. What would you like to say on that one, Phil, if anything?
I look forward to seeing photos of your Dwarven Mountain Holds army, because I too am also doing a dwarf army, although not necessarily recreating it. I have just rediscovered it and saved it from my parents' loft and moved it to my own loft. So at some point I will be bringing that down and doing it for when we get to do Old World sometime this year, circa 2027 maybe.
I bit the bullet and just I've paid Joe. I've commissioned Joe to build and paint my Tomb Kings.
Fair. That would be an easy way to do it.
Well, that's it, man. I've gotten to that point now where I'm like, flipping heck, there's so many bits I've got in this place that I just need to either pay someone else to do or just accept that they need to go to someone else who will do more with them than me.
Fair. Even Sean's doing Old World. He's got some lovely high elves, although I imagine based on how good his painting is, it will take him forever to do just one unit.
I don't know. He surprises you, right? Like he posted one the other day, didn't he? And I bet like a couple of days later he'll have a whole squad done. Oh, he always surprises. But anyway, what's next?
So the next one is we've done Richard. The next one's from Matt. He says, "I'm glad I was able to find Lookout Sir. The friendly nattering of Dan and Phil has been an almost constant companion to my hobbying since getting back into it a couple of years ago, which seems to be a common theme. in terms of when people got back into it, and also the type of listener we have. I've not been engaged since 2nd edition 40k, and it was very nice to be back. Lookout, Sir is such a nice departure from the usual content online that is focused on sweaty meta hotness and an overall unsustainable approach to miniature wargaming. That's quite true. Would love to see some content about what is in your various collections at some point. That's a good idea. And congratulations on the significant milestone. Well, thank you very much.
I mean, my collection is being diminished at the moment because I'm going through the process of getting rid of it, because I just kind of came around to the fact that I had too much stuff and I needed to deal with it. Because, you know, it's a change of mindset thing, but really, like, I love owning the stuff and I want to have it in its final form, but I accept the fact that, you know, each of these things that I've purchased basically represent a job, right? Like every one of those boxes is many hours of effort, even like some of the more baseline troop choices, you know, like when you get like a squad of 20 Skaven clan rats, it takes quite a while to get through 20 Skaven clan rats.
Yeah, that's true.
And that's a small fraction of the overall force. So I have definitely reduced my collection over the course of last year and this, but there are still quite a few mad old gems in it. So yeah, maybe we can do some Patreon content. I mean, Phil's, my God, you will have seen it for those of you who, you know, dabble in our YouTube content. Behind Phil is a vast amount of rare treasures. So yeah, I think.
Well, yeah, that's the unbuilt stuff. I mean, I assumed it was more showing off our built and painted stuff.
Oh, fair. Yes,
maybe our completed armies, which isn't something I get to do very often, purely because I don't have physical space to lay it all out. The last time I got to do that was when we went to Warhammer World, because my Krieg was being photographed for a secret Warhammer 40k project that clearly never came to be. But basically, me, Dan, and I think Richie all went up there, and while we were waiting to meet up with them, we laid it all out on one of the big famous city terrain with the Forge World tiles, and I took loads of photos, so they're up on my website Beyond the Tabletop. And it obviously has grown in size since then, but not like a vast amount, because that was in my like core Krieg days. But yeah, so it's fun when you can get to sort of show off your entire army all in one go.
Oh yeah, for sure, mate. I mean, that was super cool getting to go up there and actually take the whole collection or most of the collection and do that. I mean, obviously a shame that the secret photography project never manifested into anything real, but you know, ultimately them's the breaks. Could still happen one day. Presumably those photos are on file somewhere.
Yes, I assume so somewhere. I think last time I contacted the photographer to find out what had happened to them, he's like, I don't work there anymore. Go speak to someone else. And I was like, okay, thanks.
Leave me alone. I don't work there anymore. Be gone with you.
Yeah,
oh, well, there you go.
Yeah, but, a bit of a shame, because it would be great just to see them. But you're right, they're probably on a file digitally stored somewhere, never to see the light of day.
No, not now that the Krieg have been replaced with a fabulous new plastic range, I suppose.
Well, I suspect that was it. So my speculation, because this was around 8th edition, and I think that was around the time when the rules team for 40k had taken on all the Forge World units and models, and that they were now being the rules writers for it, whereas historically Forge World had its own team that made the models, and they had their own team that wrote the rules for those models for the different game systems. So I suspect it either was going to be included inside a Guard Codex and just sort of subsumed into the main book, and would have just featured the Forge World units, much like the web store currently does, where it's just all in one place. They make no distinction anymore, really, other than the 15+ age rating, and it's in resin. Or it was going to be a Krieg supplement that would have just updated all the rules and shown off all the models, because it sounded like it was, how in the codex you get those little white strips, and it's normally like 4 models or 5 models sort of lined up, and there's a little word underneath just saying what each person is in that squad, for example. Here's a commissar, here's a sergeant, and I assume that I got the impression that was the kind of photos that was being taken, not big battle photography or anything like that. It was more like individual profiles of models. That was my best guess as to what it could have been. And for whatever reason, as I think often is, Games Workshop has these ideas and assertions and goes so far with them, but then sometimes just scraps them, and then they just pivot into something else.
Yeah, wild stuff. Oh well, there we go. Yes, we'll try and get around to that. And obviously, welcome back to the hobby. Hope you're still enjoying it. Thank you for supporting us on Patreon. Who's next, buddy?
Got a couple of quick ones. So we've got one from No Name. No Name. The best Warhammer podcast. Congrats.
I mean, there you go. Won't argue with that. Cheers, No Name.
Short and sweet. Next, we've got Dave, surname withheld. Out of all the 40k podcasts out there, yours is the only one I really look forward to. Phil, the talent and soul of the hobby, and Dan, the knowledge and heart of the show. Keep up the amazing show, guys. There you go. Beautiful stuff to say. I'm the talent.
Mate, you are the talent, to be fair. Like, you are a skilled individual. You essentially lend a degree of kind of hobby authenticity to it, whereas I suppose
you're a meta gamer.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what I bring to the table, although apparently I'm the heart and soul, according to that guy. Was that what you said?
Heart and knowledge.
Heart and knowledge. But there you go.
That sounds
I'll take it.
correct.
I'll take it. I think maybe. It's interesting. I mean, I appreciate it. Thank you. That's cool. And good recognition of Philip also, because to be fair, mate, no, you are. And I think that is, again, not... The problem is with these segments is I'm terrified of the idea of someone listening to them saying, God, you guys are just patting yourselves on the back.
We're great, Dan. We're so good.
Exactly. And there is a part of me that almost that hates myself for this particular segment, but obviously this is the way it went. People are being nice to us, so we're responding. But I do think that is the... Because, like, for example, the guys at Feedspot put out their top hobby podcasts, of which, as it's not sprues,
Paint on Plastic, I believe.
Paint on Plastic, yeah, whatever they're called. The Miniac podcast, like, they're like number one in hobby. Well deserved, to be fair. Good production values, much more obviously established names in the community than ourselves. Obviously, bigger YouTube personalities.
Oh yeah, like vastly bigger.
Vastly, absolutely. The fact that we are in shooting distance of that particular outfit is quite remarkable. But regardless, right? Like, the fact that we sit in third place is really cool. But I always look at their stuff, and I enjoy their stuff, but I feel like they're two people looking at the hobby for a very particular lens, which is that we're miniature painters and we're competitive miniature painters, and we're like, we're all about painting the minis and competition.
Like Golden Demon and stuff like that.
Yeah, all that kind of stuff. And, Miniac's always sort of like, struggled a bit with some of the knowledge-based stuff around, like, the lore and the gaming system. And obviously he had that controversial moment where he was sadly removed from Warhammer World for photographing something he shouldn't have done. But to be fair, that was all good content, to be fair. But again, that came from a place where he himself acknowledged that he didn't... Well, his angle on it is that he didn't know that he was photographing something that he shouldn't have because he thought it was just something that was already out there. And then Ninjon, again, same sort of vibe where it's like, so what I'm saying is a lot of the podcast content I find is just two people or three people who just completely are aligned and mostly agree on everything and just sort of go, that's it.
I guess sort of very niche in their respective fields. As you say, they're very much painters, right? Cult of Paint is a great show as well, but they're all painting focused predominantly. And others are either tend to be more competitive. Some are more narrative, which I think is where it gets a bit interesting.
Yeah,
I'm sure there are some that are more casual all-rounders, but I think that's where we would also fit into that. We do a bit of everything.
Yeah, I think there's definitely been more people who've come into the space doing really cool stuff. And not to say those other guys aren't doing cool stuff. I just think, that's one of the things that helps us is that we both have different perspectives on it, yet also, it works quite well. The two elements combined make sense.
The yin and yang of 40k.
Well, that's it. What else we got, buddy?
Last one for the Patreons from Tommy. No surname, to withhail. So he says, been listening to the podcast since around episode 20. So happy to have been on the journey with Lookout Sir crew. Congrats on 200.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Happy to have had you along for the ride.
Yes, yeah, indeed. It's great. The patrons, left us some nice, kind messages. It's really great.
Honestly, I appreciate it. And, obviously, it's cool. Thank you so much. It really is awesome. And as I say, we will be uploading the kind of pilot episode thing that we did. You'll be amazed at our original intro music, where we basically do the thing that a lot of people do, which is where you have like the grim, dark 40k style music and then do the scratching record sound and then move on to something a little bit more jovial. I'm glad we didn't stick with that, but that was the original thing. You can enjoy our kind of contrarian opinions on matters of the day, which was the London Grand Tournament and the latest Warhammer Books for Kids series.
It's interesting because I thought that was generally an episode that we put out there. I didn't realise that was a pilot episode.
No, that was a pilot episode that we never put out there. I might also, as well, for the sake of patrons as well, I might actually slap on to Patreon the secret episode that you can find on our YouTube, but it's hidden in plain sight. So there is like a secret. I can't even remember what number it was now.
Was it like a half episode? Was that the nighttime recording that we did in Nottingham?
Yes, that was right. Yeah, it was the nighttime recording we did in Nottingham when we were staying at an Airbnb.
Yes, and we probably had a bit to drink as well. I can't remember.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But no, the very first episode was us talking about Imperial Knights. That was
okay.
We're doing the Imperial Knight review. But yeah, there you go. So yeah, I might even put that up on Patreon as well, just because, there are some fun bits and pieces in there. I actually found like some old tournament practice videos between like me and Joe back when we were trialing like bat rep stuff as well. There's a bunch of stuff that we could probably chuck up there over the coming weeks as a thank you for supporting us for the
until we can actually record a battle report between us.
Yeah, absolutely. I need to get the admin access on Patreon so as I can do that. We'll figure that out. Anyway, what other lovely comments did we get from our fine people?
So over on Facebook, we've got Nick, who is Pretzel from Patreon. He's left us quite a long comment. So he says, congratulations, guys. Been an avid listener for a long time and a Patreon member for probably just as long. 2 questions, if I may. Well, one more of a suggestion. Number 1, can we have a t-shirt with transitional noise? I would like to put my pre-order in now, please. Just take my money. So fun fact, transitional noise is a t-shirt I've wanted to do for ages. I've asked Dan for like a screenshot of the wave file, the noise sound to add to it. So one day when Dan supplies me with that, it will be done. Number 2, you are in control of Games Workshop. What direction do you take the company in? What storylines would you explore and what new faction would you introduce? All the best, guys. Keep doing what you're doing and I'll keep listening. Nick Pretzel, spelt PRETZZULL, Instagram plug, he says. So if you want to check out his Instagram, that is what it will be under.
I mean, if I were in charge of Games Workshop, I won't delve into the business particulars, but needless to say, I would siphon as much money as I could out of the company into my own pocket. That would be probably the number one priority. But, secondary to that, in terms of expanding storylines and diving into things, I think, honest to God, my priority would be, and I think there is a rich opportunity to be explored, much like has been in Old World. I think the old Warhammer 40,000 setting has a lot of really awesome elements to it that were really well fleshed out and really well developed. I think the world that, Rick Priestley and all the old kind of creators sort of, built and was fleshed out so beautifully by all sorts of contributors, Blythe, Phil, amazing people who created and expanded the story in really cool ways. I think, the old 40k setting, what was that particular period called again? I was struggling to remember, and it couldn't come. I was hoping it would come to my mind, but it's gone. It's like the Age of Strife or whatever. Not the Age of Strife. It was what was that?
It's sort of like it wasn't the Badab War, but the Badab War era of
the 5
40K.
minutes to midnight section of 40k.
Yeah, basically prior to the release of Gathering Storm, I would say is. In 40k terms, there is probably a technical term, but I can't remember
it either. But I think there is a real opportunity for them to go back and to, work within a rule set and work within a setting that is a bit more restricted. I think the thing is with 40k now is obviously there's so much unexplored and so many new questions. The, Citrix Maledictum, the Imperial Nihilus, all of these different elements that they are exploring and expanding upon is all really interesting and cool. But I think I just go nostalgia bait. I just go back in time and look at some of those elements and try and celebrate that element of things, bringing in that whole kind of time period. And again, maybe be brave and not be super like Marine focused on it. Maybe there is opportunities to kind of expand beyond that. Or maybe you do like unification wars stuff, the kind of wars on terror, as the Emperor is kind of starting to, unify Earth and do all the things he's doing there. I think there's some cool game systems and ideas that you can explore in that space. But if I was to bring back, or rather to expand anything in like 40k, truth be told, if I was in charge of the company, and I had the opportunity to work on things, I would genuinely look at the existing ranges that they've kind of tried to kind of put out recently, and really like prioritize doing more with them to try and do them right. I think the problem at the moment is that they're kind of pushing out in all these directions, and they're not really kind of. It seems like they're leaving lots of stuff behind a lot of the time.
Right, yeah. So, I guess Yunari, one of them. Corsairs, another one. Krieg, they've sort of finally fleshed out, but they've only had one unit from Kill Team for quite a long time.
But like Leagues of Votann, man, like that needs some real work. Like Leagues of Votann is a horrible mess, and it doesn't make any sense, and it needs fixing. And it's like, okay, what are we doing with them? What are we doing with... Yunari is another great example. What are we doing with Yunari? What are we doing with this? It was cool that they've done Emperor's Children. It's an easy win. But even Emperor's Children, it's so half-baked. It's like, okay, fair enough. You've given us a few new kits and blah, 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 blah. But it's still very bare bones, To me, Emperor's Children deserved a Death Guard level of attention. They deserved a Death Guard level of release.
Right, yeah.
The problem is with the Emperor's Children is they're more akin to what was done for the World Eaters or the Thousand Suns, and all three of those factions feel really, cobbled together as a result. So I think, I definitely look at...
Yeah, because they all rely on sort of the standard Chaos Space Marine range to like bulk them out, whereas Death Guard is pretty much, no, you just have Death Guard minis, and that's it. And they don't need generic Terminators, generic Predators, or anything, or Land Raiders. It's like, no, they've just got their own models that are all very unique, and that range is much more fleshed out than, as you say, ironically, Thousand Suns, because it felt like Thousand Suns came out before.
They did, yeah. Yeah, they did. The Thousand Suns were the first ones, but again, they went, here's a Rubric Marine squad, here's a Scarab Occult Terminator squad, here's a couple of different sculpts of a Sorcerer, and here's Magnus.
And some cultists, like the Bird Men. Didn't they get them? Or were they from AOS?
They took Zangor from AOS and gave them a stubber, or rather an auto pistol and chainsword arm, and then went, yeah, there you go. That's the thing. I think ultimately, they just need to. Votan really stick out to me, but it's that thing where I think that's the stuff that they need to be doing is just kind of and defining the archetypes and figuring out what these things are there to do and what they represent and build them out. I think at the moment GW understandably is going for the, look, new shiny, but I don't know. I think Votan feels like a pretty big miss to me. And I just think they just should do better.
I think if I was to have a pick with a faction, and this ties in with Votan, I would, and this isn't necessarily lore accurate, but I would have Chaos Votan. So the old Chaos squats. And what you do with that is, I know technically lore-wise, I think they're meant to be more resistant to chaos than humans, so it sort of goes against it. But I love the idea, and we talked about it before, of like the corrupted AI. So their big heads that they have that are storing all the data, they've all gone a bit mad and corrupted, but also that has infected obviously all the Votan that are being created by them as well. So they could be chaotic without necessarily being chaos, but being more chaos aligned and having more tropes to do with chaos, dwarfs and fantasy, I think would actually be good. And what you could do in a somewhat revisionist way, you can give people the squats that they wanted in the more traditional sort of traditional squats via the Chaos Votan, by making them more leaning more into that heavily armored minor aspect, which I think could be a good way of sort of doing Votan justice. I think that could work quite well, I think.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree. I think that's the thing, isn't it? It just sort of feels like, it just feels to me at the moment is like, I'd like to see him just work with what you got, make it better, flesh it out. I know that they got to come up with a new range of Space Marine models for the next edition, right? So it's like, but it definitely felt like this time around in 10th edition, like we were somewhat scraping the barrel on the Marine side of things. It was like, oh, it's Stern Guard, it's Terminators, and mate, gorgeous, like absolutely gorgeous. And then it's like, oh, and it's Primaris Marines with flamethrowers. Cool, great, also pretty cool. But it is that thing where it's like, and look, I understand the business model. They've got to do more Space Marines for the 11th edition. It's cool, but yeah, I think. Moreover, I think, it'd just be good to see him sort of go back and actually freshen things up. Or maybe just have the... and they've done this, I suppose, in other instances, so maybe it's not the thing to advocate for, but just sort of, deal with... if there is stuff that they've got no ideas for, maybe it is better off just getting rid of it and biting the bullet. Because I found, with the Death Watch stuff recently, it was, so weird, where it's like... and the demon stuff is also happening now, where it's it's evident that they're probably not that bothered about supporting demons as a standalone faction and want to move them into their own spaces. Which, by the way, I think is the right thing to do, as sad as it is for people who've been collecting a vast collection of different demons over the years. I do think it makes more sense to segment them to the different gods and maybe offer one specific solution that enables you to run multiple demons under Be'lakor.
I think that is totally the way to do it, because I think thematically they don't make sense being alongside each other because they're not meant to get on, but Be'lakor is that unifying force to run them in that kind of generic all chaos kind of way. So I do think that works quite well. I think if I was in charge of GW and got to do some creative stuff, and I've had this idea brewing for the last few weeks, so it's the perfect time to talk about it. I like just introducing more ways to play the game in a casual setting. But I was thinking, how about a way where Games Workshop get to do something really fun and create some really interesting things? So I love in games, whether it's Mordheim or elsewhere, the concept of roving monsters. So you and me, Dan, we're having a game, but there's this third party on the tabletop messing things up. It's a big giant monster rummaging around. So I like the idea of basically, it's like Kill Team. Every so often they produce a box. It can be a big monster. It can be a squad or a unit of this new Xenos faction that we've never seen before. Do you remember? I think it was in the 9th edition codex. There was a bunch of really cool, interesting artwork, and one of them was giant mushrooms with guns. So it's like you buy a box and it's a unit of giant mushrooms with guns. They go down on the tabletop. There's maybe some custom missions in there, but they also just plug into any mission you want to do. This isn't tournament stuff. This is just you and your friends having a casual game. And there's like maybe like a deck of cards to as like an AI thing in terms of, so you flip it over and it's like, oh, this turn it's attacking the closest target, or it's running away from someone, or it's trying to get on an objective. So it's a bit more random in terms of what it's doing. So one, it's a great way for us to buy some cool alien stuff that you haven't seen before. So it's vastly expanding the view of what the galaxy is of 40k, much like how sort of Necromunda gets to do it. A bit like how Kill Team gets to expand it, but you're not bloating 40k at all. You're not bloating the codexes that you're buying, and you're not impacting on tournament play. And it then gives Games Workshop complete kind of carte blanche license to go crazy for their designers to come up with really cool and interesting things, but it's not impacting the game. You don't necessarily have to worry about it being balanced or anything. It's just an extra game system that if you want to be like, oh, you want to do roving monsters in this game, just plug it in. Brilliant. I've got a couple. Let's pick one and chuck them in. I like that as a sort of fun addition to the game. And there could be a variety of more like modular bolt-ons to your sort of standard casual games. That's what I would personally lean into, because I think there's a bit too much focus on the matched play. It's not even necessarily tournament, it's just sort of generic match play 40k, right? Without there being, other than Crusade, which is barely ever talked about, there's not other ways of really playing the game.
Mate, I love it. I think those kind of systems and things would be really cool. And yeah, I think obviously, look, there's always a problem in so much as like maybe to do those experiences in the best possible way, you would need to invest a bit more time in building certain terrain layouts or creating certain kind of scenery and aesthetics, and you know, having like different firing lines or funneling monsters down particular channels or whatever. But yeah, like I think that's the. I've always said it. I think, but the thing is it's massively contributed to GW's success as well. Is the emphasis on this kind of three-dimensional trading card game system that they've created with Age of Sigmar and 40k. The lack of emphasis on needing to create these beautiful thematic boards, instead just having mats with static terrain pieces that sort of operate in very kind of functional forms is, a tool that has helped the game grow in popularity. But again, it is one of those things of something that we've lost along the way because, there's just less energy put into the thematics around the game as opposed to just the mechanics, I suppose. So, yeah. Anyway, who's next, buddy?
Iron Hayden Falconer. He just says, I shouldn't say, well done, bros. Short and sweet, so thank you.
Well done, thank you.
Then we've got Ian. He says, congratulations to you both on a magnificent achievement. I run a wargaming club, DysonBolter.com. So, check it out. In your opinion, how do you push people to play more story-driven games rather than tournaments in 40k? And also, what is your favourite codex you've reviewed on the show and why?
How do you push people to play more narrative games? So I'm part of a local gaming club to me, so the Egham Tabletop Society, and we do a really good job of consistently offering campaigns and systems that lots of players get involved in. So a really great guy called Adam, who actually hasn't been overly present at the club of late. Hopefully he's doing well. But he ran a Crusade system on 40k with great success. There's currently a Blood Bowl tournament going on, which, okay, fair enough, isn't narrative, but it is, a different game and a different system people are exploring. People are making good use of the campaign system that Phil helped do the graphics for Mordheim, so that's being played and enjoyed quite frequently. Myself and about 6 or 7 other club members are about to embark upon a 3rd edition Warhammer 40,000 campaign where we're exclusively playing armies made from the 2nd of the Chaos Space Marine codexes from 3rd edition. So essentially we're doing an Eye of Terror campaign where each of us has to build an army using the old 3rd edition Chaos Space Marine book. We were each given a different legion. I've got the Black Legion, by the way, Phil. Yay, me. No, got the Black Legion. And so we're going to start with 750-point games. I think what really fuels us and our enthusiasm for it is just that. It's our genuine love for this stuff. And I think in the case of being able to kind of look back and do a 3rd edition campaign, a lot of that was driven by the club kind of chairman, who himself is just a big fan of the old systems and has real nostalgia for it. And he was just, I just really want to play 3rd edition Chaos. And he just came up with the barest of constructs around that idea, which was, we're just all going to use this codex and we're all going to just play 3rd ed. It's going to be great. And just his enthusiasm and general kind of passion for it just kind of pulled people along. And now we're going to get into it and enjoy it. We started doing test games yesterday. So yeah, it's going to be a good time. But I think that's the thing. I think you just got to take the plunge. And I think people just feed off your enthusiasm and your excitement for it. If you believe in it and you want to do it, people will want to come along for the ride, because ultimately all of us who are invested in this hobby, I believe, are here because we love this, and we also are looking for that escapism. We're looking to be inspired. We want something to spark our creativity. Yes, we may never actually get the payoff. We may never finish painting it. We may never finish, actually get around to playing it even. But, the intention is there, and I think that's the thing. And, for me, with this Chaos one, it's just triggered all sorts of mad nostalgia and fun things. And I'm looking back at old Chaos Space Marine minis going, oh, yeah, I love that old sculpt. And, I need to get this. And, whether I'm buying old models on eBay or having people print them out from STLs or whatever, we're just getting hold of this stuff and throwing it down and having a fun time with it. So, yeah, I think ultimately what I'm saying is if you're passionate about it and you want to do it and you've got a good idea, just really push it, and your enthusiasm will hopefully fuel your fellow, club members and get them excited about it. Noting that a lot of people do just want to turn up and play regular 40k every week, and that's great for those people. Good on them. But for the others, you'll be surprised, I think.
I think it's quite easy to just rock up and play the standard stuff because it's all there for you. You don't have to think about it. And I think doing story-driven or more creative elements is actually a lot of work. And you do have to think about it, especially if you want to do a campaign. But I think doing it as a campaign sort of sets the tone and gets people involved. Doing it as a slow grow campaign is great for onboarding. So people can actually go, well, I'm going to collect 500 points specifically for this event. And then we can escalate it from there. If you were just saying, we're doing a campaign that's 2,000 points, but everyone's got to be a Chaos player like Dan's, a lot of people would be like, well, I just don't have that. But if it's 500 points and it's 4 or 5 units, people, that might be, well, hopefully it'd be less than 4 or 5 units, but it'll hopefully be a bit more achievable for sure. Because I remember, I don't know how far Richie got on with it, but him and some of his mates were doing an orc-only campaign. Do you remember that?
I do remember that. I don't think he got very far with it, but I do know he's playing Necromunda quite extensively at the moment. He's really gotten into that.
Yeah. And I think Necromunda is very kind of story driven. And what I like about Necromunda, and I think it's in part mostly because of the crunchiness of the rule system, the rules tell the story. Whereas, and that's the one criticism I've had about the latest edition of 40k, whereas it feels like you can't really do that as much anymore. Whereas it used to feel like the actual rules mechanics and the extra, universal special rules, all of those things helped aid this story that you were telling, whether it's like a special piece of war gear and things like that. Whereas stratagems and the sort of enhancements that you get technically are meant to be telling a story, but it just feels like people play them in a very mechanical way to get an effect from a pure gaming point of view. But in terms of how do you push people to do stories, I think ultimately you need also a good group of people that want to all do that. And as Dan says, your enthusiasm as a group will build. But if some of them are very like tryhards and they're just going to min-max a system to take the best weapons or best units, that's sort of immediately going to spoil it for everyone else, I think. So you do ideally, if you're going to be doing it in a very sort of the casual spirit of the game, you all need to be on that same page, basically.
Yeah, it's difficult, right? Because, the Mordheim example I gave, everyone's kind of adopted that and having fun with it. But a lot of people are just abusing it and like bringing the most crazy things they can do and just doing mad stuff in it. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily be so bold as to say that they're cheating, but they're certainly exploiting things.
It's hard not to see something that you go, oh, I think that would be really good, and then go, oh, maybe I shouldn't. And I think if you've never played Mordheim before, maybe you don't necessarily know what is good or not, but there's definitely lots of resources online to sort of say what you should steer clear of, like, was it Skaven with slingshots and stuff like that, because that can be quite abusive. So having some maybe rules in place to like tone down some of those things could be quite good, where you're effectively like comping the system yourself, especially if you're playing like an older game that hasn't got as much inbuilt balance into it, or even like Necromunda, you're meant to have, can't remember the term, but you're meant to have like a narrator type figure, an overseer, something like that, where they're basically the campaign organizer, but also dealing with rulings and also potentially balance issues that might crop up. So I think that would help as well. Going back to the codex, Dan, what's your favorite codex and why that we've reviewed?
Of the codexes we've specifically reviewed and specific review segments across the span of
be like 8th ed onwards, basically
8th, 9th and 10th edition, it's difficult because I'm trying to think of one where I had an especially fun time reviewing on the podcast, like a segment of it. Look, I mean, in terms of the
I know Chaos Demons you really liked from 9th edition.
Well, yeah, I loved that as a book. Did I feel like I had an especially fun time reviewing it within the podcast? I think so. I genuinely enjoyed it. It definitely stands out to me as a consistent favourite. So, yeah, I think that would have to be the pick, really. I mean, I did actually quite enjoy... controversial pick, probably one of my most enjoyable ones for probably the wrong reasons, is when we did the... Imperial Armory compendium in 9th edition, just because I remember you being so wound up about how bad the Krieg was. So I enjoyed that as a review, just because I remember you just being really, really upset about the Krieg, and I thought that was quite funny. But yeah, the Demons is definitely my favourite book from 9th edition for sure. So yeah, I'll go with Chaos Demons 9th edition.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I can't think of like a favourite. I do remember thinking World Eaters was quite interesting because it was new. It had Angron in there. It was very like concise, and it felt like it was going to be the format of codexes going forwards, because it felt like, oh, cool, they've written this with 10th ed in mind, and this is just the format we're going for. And I think maybe in terms of like layout and some other elements where it was all toned down, that has come across. But then it was funny that they've just got to actually know 10th edition is a complete rewrite from the ground up and everyone's getting indexes. So that was quite surprising. But yeah, I think that was quite a novel codex, and did make me like look at Angron, and just Angron alone did make me go, oh, maybe I should do, I could do Chaos with some World Eaters.
Come down the Egham Tabletop Society, mate. Join me, and you can do... well, someone's already doing World Eaters, but you can do Word Bearers. You can never tell the difference.
Well, I always get those two mixed up. Yeah, that is true. I don't think there's a 3rd edition Angron, though, I could take.
No, there isn't a 3rd edition Angron, but you could take a Demon Prince and,
pretend it's him. I think Word Bearers is something quite interesting. The more I listen to Heresy, even though they're sort of the awful ones, I do sort of think there's something about them. And I think maybe ever since we looked at that Lorgar mini in that the tier list, has made me go, yeah, there's something about them.
Fair. Who we got next, buddy?
So that was the end of the Facebooks. There's now Instagrams, of which there's 10. So we'll see how many we can get through before we lose the will to live.
Rattle for him.
We got Harry Hammer. He says, congratulations on reaching such a massive milestone. Seasons have come and gone. Relationships has fizzled out and people have drifted away, but the Lookout Sir podcast has endured. You've been a beacon during some of the darkest days in recent years. You even inspired me to hop back into the hobby train. This is where we get our commission again. Whenever I've been in a slump. I'm incredibly thankful for having discovered you all those years ago. Now for some questions. If you had a magical ticket from Games Workshop that could be exchanged for any model ever released, which one would you pick? He also says, and if you could go back to a moment when Finn and Dan recorded their very first episode as a duo, what would you say to them? And lastly, what's the perfect spread on a freshly toasted slice of levain? I don't even know what that is.
Levain?
Levain.
A slice of levain. I Google doesn't even know. Is levain a bread?
Maybe.
Well, okay, well.
Yes, refers to a French term for sourdough starter.
Oh, sourdough starter. Flipping heck. Well, sourdough is a very particular type of thing. But what mini, if I could get a mini from the minis, mini, I would probably if I could get any of the models, I would probably go for the Tamarkan Warhammer Empire land boat.
Oh, the land ship.
Or land ship.
Yeah, that's a good one.
If I could reprint any of the things, I think
that is a beautiful mini.
The land ship would be my want. Not even that I particularly, because I used to have an Empire army back in the day, but it's just such an absurd thing. I think I'd love to have a land boat.
I would quite like a Reaver Titan. In part because I've always wanted one.
But you just spend money for and get it now. It's not our production.
Well, that's true, but I would just say it from a cost point of view, because it's like I can't ever afford it. But I would like to get one. If it was something out of production, a close call would probably be the Sauron from Forge World, which was another Tamarkan figure, which was the giant sort of T-Rex-esque for Lizardmen. Or something more classic Warhammer though.
If it was classic Warhammer,
like Citadel,
classic, Citadel, I would go with. I'm just reminding myself of his name. Legion of the Damned.
Oh God! Do you know what? I know the mini because I've got part of it, but I haven't got the chainsword.
Sergeant Centurious. Centurious? No. Sergeant. Yeah, Centurious.
Yes, that sounds about right. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I get.
I would like him because I remember seeing him as a mini as a kid. And in fact, I do have, as I said, I've got him, but I've only got his body. I'm missing his arm with the chainsword.
In fact, I'd probably go for like, a complete like range, the whole Legion of the Damned range would be up there.
Classic minis.
Yeah, I want those. I want all the old Legion of the Damned stuff. That sounds there.
I could agree with that.
In terms of what I would tell me and Phil when we were breaking out on our own, I think I would say that I don't know. It's weird in a way because I think ultimately the Discovery was better than I think not knowing
it's the journey.
Yeah, well, the thing is, right, is like Joe was such a very particular element within the podcast, and ultimately we were worried about what it was going to be without him because it was going to be different, and ultimately different is always scary, but I genuinely believe that it's worked for the better without him. As much as, I love the guy, he's, one of my dearest friends, but at the same time, I think the podcast is in a better place without him than with him. Not that I wouldn't ever love to, have him back in some capacity if he was available to do more, but ultimately, we're where we're at and we're established as we are, and I think that's the thing. I think ultimately, I think you'd point towards all the great things, all the positives, and ultimately, remind me and Phil about all the lovely experiences we've had with all of the great listeners, all the wonderful positive sentiment, and just be like, it's all good. Don't worry about it. You're going to have a great time. People are going to enjoy it. Don't sweat it. It's fine. So, that would probably be where I would go with it.
I kind of agree with you. I was going to say, actually, I think having Joe back for this episode just goes to show how much he derails an episode, because it was tangents ahoy right at the very beginning. I feel like we talk a lot more 40k than we would do if Joe was around. But as you say, I wouldn't really know what to say to my former self. Just put up with Dan no matter what, because he'll keep you going. He'll see you through in the end.
He'll do right by you. He won't.
He does a lot of editing, and you don't want to do that.
Yeah, exactly. And then in terms of what I would put on a sourdough bread slice, I would say a drizzle of olive oil, a smashed avocado, chili flakes, and a fried egg.
Yeah, we had that one time. That was very good. Gordy Ramson special. I have this maybe once a week, a layer of a bit of butter, a layer of Marmite, and then, don't judge me, everyone, a layer of crunchy peanut butter on top. It is the umami of the sort of sweet and crunch of the peanut butter with the sort of tangy sourness of the Marmite that makes for a perfect combo. With a cup of tea, that is like a breakfast of champions, I would say.
I have taken to buying Jason's sourdough loaves.
I have Jason's. I do. I genuinely have that. They're great.
They're fantastic.
Them.
Yeah. So I get their wholemeal sourdough thing, and to be honest with you, Marmite on that is that's something special. It's funny actually. I was watching. There's a YouTube channel that does a show called Food Wars, where this British guy and this American guy compare like McDonald's in like America and the UK. Anyway, they did one where they were talking about national dishes, and they basically went around all the different contributors they have around the world, and they went to like Spain, and they had some incredible national cuisine where they were like, oh, over here we enjoy this very elaborate thing, and da-da-da-da-da. And then they got to the British guy, and he was like, Marmite on toast. And it's like, in a way, I was like, yeah, all right, fair enough. But not the way he prepared it. But I think the way different people prepare Marmite on toast as British people is very spiritual. You know, everyone's way is correct except to anyone else.
Yes, yeah, it's like the age-old way of, do you put jam or cream on your scone?
I don't know. Does someone put Marmite then butter on top? Is that how it works?
No, I wouldn't have thought so.
No,
But I mean
can't
that
imagine.
each interpretation is very personal and the correct way, despite other people. Okay, moving on, because I think that was all the questions. The Jolly Nurgle Boys says, congrats on 200 episodes. Been enjoying the podcast for a good few years now and enjoyed every episode. My question is, if you could be anyone in Warhammer universe, who would you be and why? Excluding the obvious first choice of Grandfather Nurgle.
Well, indeed. Who has the easiest time in Warhammer 40,000? Who's getting the most for the least? I don't know, really, innit? Because, I mean, ultimately, all of the characters are essentially subscribing yourself to a life of, sacrifice, strife, and warfare.
Well, unless you're a High Lord of Terror with a very cushy seat and you're not going out fighting.
Even then, everyone's trying to kill you. You got to be involved in all the ridiculous politics. There's all these uprisings, and you got to get escorted around everywhere because people are trying to murk you. No, I think if I could be anyone in the Warhammer setting, I suppose I would be Mad Doc Grotznik. And the reason I'd go with Mad Doc Grotznik is because he's off in his own little world, isn't he? He's enjoying himself. He's living his best life. For him, all he wants is to chop up people and enjoy the fruits of his labour. I think, Mad Dog Grotznik. I think that'd be my pick of Warhammer characters. How about you, Phil?
See, I think I would look at it from more of which characters do I really love that I would sort of happily...
Oh, God. You want to be Venner. You want to be some poor old...
No. Well, no, I think... No, I wouldn't pick a Krieg person. No, I was thinking more either Yarrick, who is technically dead, so maybe I would be resting peacefully, or Eisenhorn, I think. He's got a lot of power to throw around, depending on what time of life that you're thinking about. He's got psychic abilities. He's got a great gang of friends to be around. He has some lovely adventures, you could say. I mean, who knows what happens to him in the very last few books, but we'll have to wait and see for that. Yeah. But, he's had a very storied life, and I think ultimately that's what everyone wants.
Everyone wants to be remembered, I suppose. All right, well, what's next?
Exactly. I think somebody might have sent us a voice note, which we could check out. Maybe we should play that first, just in case he's...
No, what I'll do is I think throughout the episode, what I'll do is sprinkle voice notes into like the in-between segments and stuff as a like nice little Easter egg,
Ah, fair. Okay. We'll move on to the next one then. Acceptable Trim says, what's the plan for episode 400?
I'm going to read a really nice eulogy for Phil. And
I was going to say we're going to be in like a retirement home, I'd imagine, by then.
Well,
avionics.
Yeah, I think, at some point the amount of resin that Phil is breathing in on a day-to-day basis will be the end of him. I don't know. Like, if we do get to episode 400, which I strongly doubt, but if we do it, I think it'll just be more of this, right? I mean, it took us 6-7 years to get here. We're probably not going to find ourselves in a situation where we're doing weekly episodes again. So on the basis that in any 1 year we're going to do 26 episodes, that means it's going to take us, 8 years to get to?
Yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah, so, we'll be knocking on the door of 50 by then, or at least I will be, and you'll be...
smashed it in.
So, yeah, it depends. It depends whether or not we're even really that interested in this stuff by that point. I think we will be. I know lots of people in their 50s who still really enjoy the hobby. It's just whether life... I mean, the uniquely awesome thing about the last 7 years has been the fact that circumstances have never dramatically changed, that it's not possible to do this. It's often and has been more complicated and less complicated at different points. But yeah, most of it's just fortuitous life circumstances. But things can and will change, and I always say it. Eventually, we're going to stop doing it, not because we probably want to, but just because we have no choice but to. But that isn't now. It probably won't be this year or next year, but it's looming, right? Like, I think eventually you gotta stop these things because, But then I always wonder what I'm going to do without it. It's going to be like a strange itch, as it were. But look, at the end of the day, if we get there, amazing. But at the moment, I'm very happy with where we are, and I'm very happy with this milestone. So basically, my assumption is for episode 400 will just be like this, except maybe I will have had a stroke by then and be a little less eloquent.
Cognizant, yeah. I mean, I suspect we would have put as much thought into the 400th episode as we had the 200th episode, so it will just be more of the same.
Yes, yeah, with a dwindling listenership as more and more of our listeners drop dead. Anyway.
Okay, let's power on. Ultima Queso says, been listening since around episode 20. Can't wait for 200th. So enjoy the episode as you are listening to it now. Enlightened Sun says, congrats on 200 episodes, you hobby-obsessed legends. Huge thanks for sacrificing your time and probably sanity to bring us a show packed with everything we love, rules, lore, and just the right amount of hobby chaos. Can't wait to see what's next and keep filling my ears with your glorious nonsense. So thanks very much for that.
Yeah, appreciate that. Thank you.
Stealth Ian says, congratulations on 200 episodes, gents. My question is, what rules from a previous edition of 40k would you want to come back?
Well, I've been playing a bunch of 3rd edition again, but, it's really obvious to me what the number one rule is that needs to come back into Warhammer 40,000. And I'm pretty confident Phil already knows what I'm going to say, so I will offer him the opportunity to guess and then confirm.
Ooh, this is tricky, because the removal of stratagems is not bringing back a rule.
No.
It can't be templates.
No, it can't be templates. I thought you might have guessed my
psychic
thoughts on it.
phase?
It's exactly that. Bring back the psychic phase. Why they got rid of it confuses the heck out of me. It was the best rule in 8th edition, and it was by far the best rule, best phase and rules in 9th edition. It worked really well. It gave a clear, distinctive identity to a very important aspect of the Warhammer 40,000 setting. It gave armies a tool that they were able to utilize, and it created a really interesting kind of counterplay or just kind of, mechanical element to the game that is sorely missed. Psychers really don't feel prevalent within Warhammer 40,000 7th edition, and it's an absolute disaster. Psychic phase has to come back.
I feel like it's probably was a deliberate choice to obfuscate, I'm trying to do the big words, obfuscate the psychic phase by sticking it in the other phases, because this way you don't feel bad for not having a psyker, because you don't need one to counter someone else's psychic ability, because it's like, it's just a gun now, or it's just an ability that it does and there's no way to deny it. But as you say, I do agree with that. It's a very good phase, and it was very well thought out and realized in the last edition as well. The one rule I was going to pick, I believe, was called Flying High, I want to say, in 6th and 7th edition, where it was monstrous creatures with wings could fly around the table. And I don't necessarily like all of the rules, because it used to be you had to land and then you could only charge a turn afterwards. That bit wasn't great, but I loved the idea that they were flying around, and when you shot at them, they had a chance of coming crashing down and doing some damage if you shot them down from the sky. I thought that was always really thematic, and as I was talking about earlier, how rules tell stories, and I think that did it perfectly.
Yeah, Fly High was a older rule which referred to basically what we now call uppy downy. You're talking about you're talking about swooping and gliding flying
okay.
creatures.
Yeah.
So when you're gliding, you were basically jump infantry, although you weren't jump infantry, you were actually more equivalent to like jetpack. Because again, once upon a time, jump and jet were actually two different
things. Yeah, I always found that a bit odd, but I sort of got the logic, because one is like you're whooshing along the ground, and then the other one you're jumping up in the air. That was a slight difference, but the names were too similar, I think.
It just meant the difference between the two of it was jetpacks are actually a lot more dangerous than jump packs, because jump packs basically cleared great distances and came down. So the only point of danger was at takeoff and landing. Whereas the jetpack would have to take dangerous terrain tests at any point of its movement. Plus, also jetpacks had smaller move characteristics. But yeah. Anyway, long story short is I think the psychic phase definitely should come back. I agree with Phil. I think some more thematic things. I think the fly rule should just go back to being the fly rule. I don't understand why I've got to get out the flipping protractor and the it's ridiculous. Just I fly. I move over stuff, Yeah, like,
totally agree.
Yeah, like, I get it. Some people have gamed it. I mean, good Lord, do you remember in 8th edition where Games Workshop genuinely put out a PDF with the geometry of a raider and explaining why people were exploiting the rules? I mean, sometimes you just despair at what people are trying to get away with. But, yeah, ultimately, yes, at high-level competitive play, the rules like that do have some exploits. But here's the thing. In the high-level competitive play, put a little FAQ in there that just goes, some of you will be under the impression that because of the reason, you don't just need to roll a 9 when you arrive from Deep Strike. You always do. I don't care about the distance or the nonsense.
Yeah.
Just do some judging, for God's sakes, and deal with it. Don't just... Yeah, I don't know. It feels like so often, like 10th edition does consistently feel like we are suffering because of the
the shenanigans from previous editions.
Yeah, exactly. Stuff that no one cares about, but ultimately, you have to care about because, people like to exploit things to win. But anyway, yes, bring back the psychic phase, I say. And also, why not? Swooping monstrous creatures. Fun times.
Yeah. Last one. Brick and Bolter says, congratulations on the big milestone, guys. You've been a huge part of my hobby journey, and I love listening to your chaotic ramblings about this obsession we all share since 2021. Whether it's rules, law, or just general hobby nonsense, that seems to be a general word that gets thrown around. You always keep it fun and engaging. Here's to the next 100 episodes. No pressure or anything.
Well, thanks very much. I feel the pressure. I think, 100 episodes more is probably more realistic than
200. Yeah.
200 more. But we'll see. You just don't know.
But once we've done that 100, it's only another 100 more.
Well, that's it. It's an interesting thing to think about. I mean, in so many ways, it would be quite poetic and justified almost to get to the end of episode 200 and just say, that's it, everyone. We're done and no more. And just move away. But we've still got an Imperial Guard Codex to review, so we have to do it, Phil. There's no way we're not, reviewing Imperial Guard and also Emperor's Children when they eventually come out normally, because Lord knows I'm not buying that flipping box set.
No. I'm looking forward to reading them both.
Yeah, absolutely. But anyway, that was it. That was 200 episodes of Warhammer, Look Out Sir, whatever we call this thing. Huge thank you to everyone who supported, listened, enjoyed. It's been awesome. And it's been hard. I won't lie. It isn't easy to do it, but it's not difficult either, because it's a thing that I love doing, and I know Phil does too. And that's it, really. It's been cool. And it's a great thing. And it's something I always say to myself, I'm envious of the hopefully some years older version of me, like the 60, 70-year-old version of myself that will have this as a time capsule. I'm very intrigued to imagine what it's going to be like for me when I'm like a 70-year-old geezer and going back and listening to this, because I will do that, right? Like that is inevitable, because
it'd be great for your Alzheimer's.
Exactly, it'll be great for my Alzheimer's, and it will be also just great for yeah, I don't know, something to connect me back to something that meant a lot to me at this time and means a lot to me at this time. And I think that's it, really. It's just cool. I like it. I'm really happy that I've done it. And I want to continue doing it. So hopefully people will continue to listen. But yeah, for those of you who are, cheers very much. It's been awesome. 200 episodes. Yay. Phil, take us home.
I appreciate all the messages. I appreciate you, Dan, for getting us there to 200 episodes. And, Tim, Joe, Richie, especially for doing all the quizzing. You're all great friends. This is just us hanging out. And as we've said a few times, it sort of just started because we were ultimately just chatting on the phone all the time, going, we've got some great ideas. Why don't we just record it and put it out there for other people to also listen to? So it isn't too far removed. And if, Dan, you ever did say you're not doing it anymore, I would just phone you up and secretly record those conversations and put them out on the internet for everyone else to listen to.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I think I could probably see myself in a scenario in the future where it's like reduced a bit in terms of like maybe, I don't know. That's the biggest thing. Is sometimes it's like, the amount of time you spend doing it is quite a lot. But
yes,
yeah, I don't know. I enjoy it.
What would you be doing otherwise? Sat at home enjoying time with your wife?
Yeah, that and maybe actually painting some Warhammer. Playing some games.
That is one of the few things that when we do the podcast, we actually dedicate our lives to just talking and not hobbying while talking, which a lot of other people do. So, we like to keep it professional.
Wow, to a degree. But yeah, no, that's the thing. I'd probably just be painting armies and, getting stuff done. But this is fine. I enjoy it. This is, as I say many times, this is my hobby. This is how I enjoy Warhammer. So yeah, it's great. Cool. All right. Well, there it is. Wherever you think of episode 200, it's done now. So for better or ill, it's in the bag.
It's another 100 episodes before we get to do some more self-indulgence.
Exactly. And we promise we will try and keep it to a minimum. But yeah, no, thanks so much to everyone. As I say, patrons, we will definitely chuck up a few bits and pieces over the coming weeks on there for your enjoyment. Hopefully you get on well with that. And then ultimately, we'll see you for episode 201, where we're going to be talking about Astra Militarum / Imperial Guard. And hopefully maybe Toke will be able to join us to contribute to those conversations. And then, who knows what comes after that? We'll find out when we get there. But for now, goodbye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.